This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still get goosebumps talking about this, but I need to get it off my chest. It happened last October when me, Mari, and Nathan decided to check out this abandoned hotel we'd heard about from some locals. We're all into urban exploration. Nothing too serious, just weekend adventures whenever we get bored in our little corner of Pinewood County. The hotel was really hard to find. It wasn't on any maps, and the only directions we had were vague at best. Off Route 16, past the old mill, hidden behind a bunch of trees. We almost gave up after driving around for an hour, but then Nathan spotted what looked like a driveway nearly swallowed by overgrowth. We parked about 50 yards away, always good to have a quick escape route, and hiked through some pretty dense brush before the building suddenly appeared. It was this massive 5-story structure that must have been impressive back in its day. The sign was missing most of its letters, but you could make out PNEODINN through the rust. Right away, something felt off. I'm not normally the superstitious type, but the place had this weird heaviness to it. The front of the building was all glass doors and windows, most of them broken. What bothered me was that the glass wasn't just shattered. It looked like someone had deliberately cleared pathways through it. "Guess we're not the first ones here," Mari said, stepping through one of the door frames. It was around 4 in the afternoon when we went in. The lobby was this massive open area with what must have been really fancy furniture at some point. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust except for these weird streaks on the floor, like someone had been dragging things around recently. The carpet had this nasty smell, like old perfume mixed with mold. It's hard to describe, but it wasn't just mustiness. It was sweet but rotten at the same time, like flowers left in water too long. "How long has this place been closed?" I asked. Nathan shrugged. "The guy at the gas station said at least 15 years, maybe more." We decided to split up to cover more ground, agreeing to meet back in the lobby in an hour. In hindsight, that was our first big mistake. Every horror movie ever made tells you not to split up, but we weren't thinking about that then. I headed toward what looked like a ballroom. The double doors were these ornate wooden things with brass handles shaped like lions' heads. Inside, the ceiling was at least 20 feet high with broken chandeliers hanging by wires. The walls were lined with cracked mirrors, and the wooden floor was warped from water damage. Tables and chairs were flipped over everywhere, like someone left in a hurry. But the thing that really freaked me out was this wheelchair sitting dead center in the room, facing the wall, just sitting there, perfectly positioned. I walked over to it, and I swear the wheels were clean, no dust. I touched one of the handles and pulled my hand back immediately. It was warm. I backed away and decided to check out the kitchens instead. On my way, I ran into Mari in a hallway. "Dude, you have to see the guest rooms," she said, grabbing my arm. "They're super weird." She led me down a hallway on the second floor. The carpet was this hideous floral pattern that somehow hadn't completely rotted away. Most of the doors were open, and inside the beds were made. Not just made, but perfectly made with the corners tucked in and everything. "Look at this," Mari whispered, pointing to a nightstand in one of the rooms. There was a modern plastic water bottle sitting there, not some ancient bottle, a brand new one. "Maybe other explorers left it," I suggested, not believing it myself. "All the rooms have them, Zeke, every single one." By this point, it was getting close to 6:30 and the light was starting to fade. We decided to find Nathan and get out before dark. That's when things started getting seriously messed up. We headed back to the lobby, or at least where we thought the lobby should be. But instead of finding the entrance, we ended up in some kind of staff area with lockers. "This doesn't make sense," Mari muttered. "We came from this direction." We tried another hallway, thinking we'd just gotten turned around, but it led to a dead end with a janitor's closet. We backtracked and tried a different route, only to find ourselves in a laundry room. "Let's try upstairs," I suggested. Maybe we can see the layout better from a window. So we climbed a staircase, but when we got to what should have been the third floor, we somehow ended up back on the second. We tried again, and the same thing happened. It was like the building was playing tricks on us. That's when Nathan found us, looking pale and shaken. "We need to leave," he said, his voice cracking. "Now." "We're trying," Mari said, "but we can't find the way out." Nathan just shook his head. "Something's wrong with this place." I was looking in a bathroom mirror and I saw something. "What do you mean?" I asked. A face, not mine, behind me. Nathan's hands were shaking. It was pale, too tall, with this stretched smile. When I turned around, nothing was there. But when I looked back at the mirror, I could still see it for a split second before it disappeared. Under normal circumstances, I'd have thought he was messing with us. But the genuine fear in his eyes convinced me otherwise. We spent the next 3 hours trying every possible route to find an exit. Every door that should have led outside instead opened to more rooms, hallways, or bizarrely closets filled with shoes. Not random shoes, lines of identical black dress shoes, all positioned facing the walls. Around 8, Mari screamed. We ran to find her standing in front of an open utility closet packed with porcelain dolls. Not just a few, dozens of them stacked on every shelf, and every single one had its eyes gouged out, leaving empty black sockets. "They moved," she whispered when we got her away from there. "I swear to God, they moved." Their heads twitched when I walked by. By 9:30, we were exhausted, hungry, and thoroughly freaked out. We hadn't brought much food, just some energy bars and water, which we rationed carefully. We finally gave up trying to escape and decided to hole up somewhere until morning, hoping daylight would somehow make the hotel's layout make sense again. We chose the kitchen because it had only one entrance we could watch, and the industrial stoves gave us some sense of protection, something solid to put between us and whatever else might be in the building. None of us slept much. Throughout the night, we heard doors closing at regular intervals, not slamming, but deliberate clicks, one after another, moving through the building like footsteps. Sometimes they'd stop for 20 minutes, then start again, closer than before. Around 3 in the morning, Nathan nudged me and pointed to an old industrial refrigerator in the corner. The door was slightly ajar, showing rusty shelves inside, but what caught my attention were the words scratched into the metal surface. "Don't forget you're already here," written over and over in different handwriting styles. "That wasn't there earlier," he whispered. "I checked that fridge for food when we first came in here." I wanted to believe he'd missed it, but I had watched him open that same fridge earlier. The scratches definitely hadn't been there. When the first light of dawn finally crept through the grimy kitchen windows, we practically fell over each other, rushing to leave. That's when we found it. An exit. It was hidden behind a plastic curtain, the kind used in freezers, just 15 feet from where we'd spent the night. A simple push-bar door that led straight outside. We stood there staring at it for a good minute. "This wasn't here before," Mari said. "We checked every inch of this kitchen." "Maybe we missed it," I offered weakly. "How do you miss an exit sign?" Nathan pointed to the glowing red sign above the door that was clearly working, despite the rest of the building having no power. We pushed through anyway, half expecting it to lead to another room, but instead we found ourselves outside, morning dew soaking our shoes as we stumbled onto overgrown grass. Our car was visible in the distance, exactly where we'd left it. None of us spoke during the drive home. What could we say? That a building somehow rearranged itself around us, that it deliberately tried to trap us. We made a pact not to return, not even in daylight. Nathan moved to his aunt's place in Ohio a week later, saying he couldn't sleep in his own apartment anymore. He told me on the phone that he keeps seeing that face, that stretched, smiling face, in reflections when he closes his eyes. Mari and I still live in Pinewood, but we don't go exploring anymore. Sometimes I drive past Route 16 and look for that overgrown driveway, but I've never been able to find it again. Part of me is relieved. Part of me wonders if the hotel is waiting for someone else to wander in. The one thing I can't explain is the photos. We took dozens of pictures inside the hotel, but when we checked our phones later, every single image was just a blank gray screen. except for one on my phone, a blurry shot of that wheelchair in the ballroom. But in the picture, it's not facing the wall anymore. It's facing the camera. Story 2. I never thought I'd be sharing this. I've tried to put it behind me for months, but I can't keep pretending it didn't happen. Maybe writing this will help me process it, or at least warn others who might be thinking of moving to Shadowvale, Vermont. Last year, after graduating from UVM with my environmental science degree, I decided I wanted to live somewhere peaceful before jumping into a career. City life had worn me down after 4 years, and I craved nature and quiet. When I found the listing for a small house on the edge of the Shadowvale woods for only $800 a month, it seemed perfect. The rent was cheap because it was remote, about 2 miles from the nearest neighbor and 4 miles from town. But that's exactly what I wanted. The house itself wasn't anything special, just a small 2-bedroom cottage with worn hardwood floors and outdated appliances. But it had this amazing back deck that faced the forest, and when I first visited in late August, I knew immediately I wanted to live there. The landlord, an older man named Frank who barely made eye contact, seemed relieved someone was interested. He mentioned the last tenant had left suddenly, breaking their lease. When I asked why, he mumbled something about a job opportunity in another state. I should have pressed for more details. The first few weeks were everything I'd hoped for. September in Vermont is gorgeous. The leaves were just beginning to turn, and I'd spend hours on that deck reading or just watching the forest. I set up bird feeders and started identifying different species. I'd wake up early to watch the sunrise with coffee, and in the evenings, I'd sit out there until the sun disappeared behind the trees. The solitude felt healing. But around the 3rd week, something changed. It started subtly. I'd be sitting on the deck and get this prickling sensation on the back of my neck like someone was watching me. I'd look around, scan the tree line, but never saw anything, just dense forest stretching for miles. I told myself it was probably just wildlife, maybe a deer or even a black bear. They're common in Vermont, and I was the newcomer in their territory, right? As September turned to October, the feeling got worse. I started limiting my time outside to daylight hours only. Even then, the sensation of being observed was so intense sometimes that I'd hurry back inside, heart pounding. I started keeping the curtains drawn at night. I'd never considered myself someone who scared easily, but something about those woods had changed. One evening in mid-October, about 2 weeks before Halloween, I was washing dishes when I heard it for the first time. A faint whistling sound carried on the wind. It wasn't like someone casually whistling a tune. It was a single sustained note that rose and fell slightly, almost mimicking the wind itself, but clearly not natural. I froze, my hands still in the soapy water, and listened. It lasted maybe 10 seconds before fading. I told myself it was probably just the wind through the trees making a strange sound, but I heard it again the next night, and the night after that. Each time, it seemed to come from a different direction, but always from the forest, always after sunset, and each time it sounded slightly closer. I started researching local wildlife, convincing myself it must be some bird or animal I wasn't familiar with. I even posted a description of the sound on a Vermont nature forum, but no one could identify what might make such a noise. One older user suggested it might be a fisher cat, which can make eerie screaming sounds, but when I looked up recordings, it wasn't even close to what I was hearing. By the week before Halloween, I was barely sleeping. The whistling had become a nightly occurrence, and the feeling of being watched was constant, even inside the house. I started keeping all the lights on at night. I considered calling my parents, who lived in town, but what would I tell them? That I was being scared by a weird whistling sound, that I felt like the forest was watching me. They'd think I was losing it from being alone too much. The night before Halloween, October 30th, everything escalated. I'd been jumpy all day. The temperature had dropped suddenly, and a heavy fog had settled around the house, obscuring the edge of the forest. I'd closed all the curtains by late afternoon, but around sunset, I realized I'd left one of my favorite books on the deck. I debated leaving it out there overnight, but it was a first edition my grandmother had given me, and rain was forecast. I opened the back door just enough to slip out, planning to grab the book and rush back in. The fog was thick, hanging between the trees like gauze. The deck boards felt damp beneath my feet as I crossed to the small table where I'd left my book. As I reached for it, the whistling started, louder than I'd ever heard it before, and much closer. It seemed to come from just beyond the tree line, maybe 50 feet away. I grabbed my book and turned to hurry back inside when movement at the forest's edge caught my eye. The fog parted slightly and I saw it. Standing perfectly still at the tree line was a figure. At first, my brain tried to process it as a person, but it was immediately clear this was something else entirely. It was impossibly tall, at least 7 or 8 feet, and unnaturally thin, like a tree branch stretched to human form. Its skin was a dull gray color that seemed to absorb the fading light rather than reflect it. But its face, God, its face is what haunts me still. Where eyes should have been were just empty black sockets. Not like someone without eyes, but like deep holes carved into its head, and its mouth stretched horizontally across almost the entire width of its face, far wider than any human mouth could possibly be. It wasn't smiling or frowning. The mouth was just open slightly, a dark line across its face. I stood frozen, unable to move or even scream. We stared at each other, me looking at those empty sockets, somehow knowing it was studying me even without eyes. Then slowly, deliberately, it raised one arm. Its hand had fingers that were too long, too thin, more like twigs than human digits, and it pointed directly at me. That motion finally broke the spell of terror that had paralyzed me. I dropped my book and ran inside, slamming and locking the door behind me. I ran through the house, checking every door and window, drawing every curtain tight. I grabbed the largest knife from the kitchen and huddled on my bed, back against the wall, facing the bedroom door. The whistling continued outside, circling the house throughout the night. Sometimes it sounded like it was right outside my window, sometimes farther away, like it was toying with me. I clutched that knife until my hand cramped, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. When dawn finally came, the whistling stopped. I waited until full daylight before I ventured out of my room. The house was undisturbed. Nothing had tried to get in. I packed an overnight bag with shaking hands and drove straight to my parents' house in town. I told them I was having plumbing issues at the rental and needed to stay a few days. They accepted this without question, probably just happy to see me. I couldn't bring myself to tell them what I'd seen. What could I say? Even now, typing this out, I know how it sounds. I stayed with my parents for 3 days, making excuses about waiting for repairs, but I knew I had to go back for my things. I couldn't just abandon everything I owned, so on the 4th day, I drove back to the house, telling myself I'd be quick. Just grab essentials and my important documents, then figure out the rest later. It was mid-afternoon when I arrived, the sun still high. Everything looked so normal in daylight. No fog, no strange figures, just a small house by the woods. I almost convinced myself I'd had some sort of stress-induced hallucination that night. I worked quickly, filling suitcases with clothes and boxes with my most important belongings. I was in the bedroom, emptying my dresser, when I heard it again. That distinctive whistling sound, faint but unmistakable. In broad daylight, my blood turned to ice. The sound grew louder, closer. I abandoned the half-filled suitcase and ran for the front door. As I fumbled with my car keys, something made me glance toward the side yard. It was there, standing between 2 pine trees. In daylight, it looked even more wrong. Its gray skin almost translucent, showing something dark moving beneath. Its body too angular, too elongated to be human, and that mouth, God, that mouth was stretched into what I can only describe as a grotesque smile, revealing teeth that were long and sharp like needles. I don't remember getting in my car. I don't remember driving away. My next clear memory is sitting in my parents' driveway, hyperventilating, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I broke my lease that day. Told Frank I'd pay the penalty fee, but I couldn't stay there. He didn't seem surprised, didn't ask questions, just nodded and said he'd mail my security deposit to my parents' address. I wonder now how many others before me had fled that house. I found an apartment in town a week later. I never went back for the rest of my things. Whatever I left behind isn't worth the risk. I told my parents there'd been a break-in at the house and I didn't feel safe there anymore. They helped me replace what I needed. It's been 5 months now. I still wake up some nights in a cold sweat, certain I've heard that whistling, and sometimes when the wind blows a certain way through the town square, I get that familiar feeling of being watched. Last week I ran into Frank at the grocery store. I almost didn't recognize him. He looked years older, his face gaunt. He asked how I was doing in town. Then, without prompting, he told me he'd taken the house off the rental market, said he was going to let his nephew demolish it and sell the land. Some places, he said, looking away, aren't meant for people to live in. I wanted to ask him what he knew, what others had experienced there, but something in his expression stopped me. He looked afraid. I don't go near the woods anymore. I've turned down hiking invitations and camping trips. I can't explain it to friends without sounding crazy, so I make excuses. But on quiet autumn nights, when the wind blows from the direction of the forest, I sometimes hear that distinct whistling sound, distant but unmistakable, and I feel that same cold dread wash over me, knowing it's still out there, watching and waiting. For what? I don't know, and I never want to find out. Story 3. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and every time I close my eyes, I see her face. Those empty eyes. That's why I'm writing this down at 4 in the morning, sitting in my apartment with every light turned on. Maybe putting it on paper will help me make sense of it. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not going crazy. I've been driving trucks for 15 years. Los Angeles to Dallas, Chicago to Miami, Seattle to Denver, you name it. I've probably hauled cargo there. Nothing ever really scared me on the road. Sure, you get the occasional drunk driver or dangerous weather, but nothing supernatural. I never believed in that stuff. Not until last month. I was on a routine haul from LA to Dallas, carrying a load of electronics, big TVs, gaming systems, computers, expensive stuff, which is why I try not to stop much on these runs. The trip started normal enough. Left LA around noon, clear skies, good traffic. I had my thermos of coffee, my playlist of podcasts, and was making good time. By evening, I was getting pretty tired. I'd been pushing hard because I wanted to make it to this hotel I like in West Texas by the next afternoon. Around 10 at night, I pulled into this rest area just outside of El Paso. It wasn't much, just a patch of concrete with some worn-out picnic tables and a small building with restrooms. The place was nearly empty except for one other semi parked at the far end. I got out to stretch my legs and use the bathroom. The air was cool and still, with that weird quietness you only get in the desert at night. The lighting was crap, just one flickering lamppost casting these long shadows across the parking lot. I remember thinking how creepy it looked, but I didn't think much of it. Rest areas are always a bit sketchy at night. As I walked back to my truck, I noticed someone standing by the other semi, a woman. She was just standing there in this tattered grey coat that was way too big for her. Her hair was all matted and wild, like she hadn't brushed it in weeks. At first, I figured she was with the other driver, but something felt off about the way she was just staring at nothing. Being alone on the road so much, you develop this sixth sense about danger. Something told me to just get back in my truck and go, but I couldn't just leave her there if she needed help. So I called out, "Hey, you okay?" She slowly turned toward me, and that's when I got my first real look at her face. Her skin was so pale it almost looked gray in the dim light, but it was her eyes that really freaked me out. They were empty. Not vacant like she was on drugs or something. Empty like there was nothing behind them. No soul. "I'm lost," she said in this hollow voice. "He's coming for me. He's coming for us all." Her voice made the hair on my arms stand up. It sounded like she was talking from the bottom of a well, distant and echoing. "Who's coming for you?" I asked, already backing away toward my truck. "Do you need me to call someone?" She took a step toward me, and I swear the temperature dropped 10 degrees. "You can't help me," she said. "You can't help any of us, but he'll come for you too now that you've seen me." Before I could say anything else, she turned and ran toward the tree line behind the rest area, just disappeared into the darkness. I stood there for a good minute, trying to process what had just happened. Part of me wanted to go after her, but a much bigger part was screaming at me to get the hell out of there. I jumped back in my cab and locked the doors. My hands were shaking as I turned the key. That's when my CB radio crackled to life. "You see her too?" a voice asked through the static. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I grabbed the handset. "Who's this?" "Doesn't matter," the voice said. "Listen to me carefully. If you saw a woman in a gray coat, don't help her. Don't talk to her. Just drive away as fast as you can." "What the hell are you talking about?" I asked, scanning the rest area for the other truck, but I couldn't see anyone in the cab. "She's not what she seems," the voice continued, getting more distorted by static. "She appears to truckers on this stretch, asks for help, lures them in. Nobody who helps her ever makes it to where they're going." "Is this some kind of joke?" I demanded. But there was just static on the other end, and when I looked again, the other truck was gone. Just gone. There was no way it could have pulled out without me noticing. My truck was facing the only exit, but it wasn't there anymore. I got out of there so fast I probably left rubber on the pavement. Told myself it was just some local messing with out-of-state drivers. Had to be. But as I merged back onto the highway, the rain started coming down hard, and a thick fog rolled in out of nowhere. Visibility dropped to almost nothing. I slowed down to about 40 miles per hour, leaning forward in my seat, squinting to see the road. That's when I saw her again. Standing right in the middle of the highway, same matted hair, same tattered coat. The beam of my headlights cut through the fog and rain, illuminating her pale face, those empty eyes staring right at me. I slammed on the brakes. 18 wheels on wet pavement. I should have jackknifed, but didn't. My truck came to a stop just inches from her, and she didn't even flinch. "Please," she said, her voice somehow clear despite the rain pounding on my windshield. "He's coming for me, for all of us." I sat frozen, hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. She walked around to my driver's side window and placed her palm against the glass. Her hand left no mark on the foggy window, no warmth, no condensation. I hit the gas and swerved around her. In my side mirror, I watched her figure get smaller in the distance. She didn't move from the spot, just stood there in the middle of the highway, watching me drive away. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. I kept telling myself I was just tired, that my mind was playing tricks on me. I needed coffee, food, a break from the road. About 20 minutes later, I spotted a diner just off the highway, one of those 24-hour places with the neon sign and big windows. There were a few cars in the lot, a good sign. People meant safety, normality. I parked and went inside. The fluorescent lights were harsh after driving in the dark, and the place smelled like coffee and grease. A couple of truckers sat at the counter, and an old man was in a booth reading a newspaper. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes, nodded at me as I took a seat at a booth far from the windows. "Coffee, black, and whatever's hot," I told her when she came over. My hands were still shaking. She brought the coffee and I wrapped my hands around the mug, trying to warm them up. I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder at the windows, expecting to see that woman's face pressed against the glass. I was halfway through my coffee when the lights flickered. Once, twice, then stabilized. And in that moment of darkness, I saw her, sitting right across from me in the booth. Her coat was dripping wet, leaving a puddle on the floor, but the seat beneath her was dry, those empty eyes staring into mine. Up close, I could see that her skin wasn't just pale, it had a bluish tint to it. "You can't run," she whispered. "None of us can." I jumped up so fast I knocked my coffee over. It spilled across the table, but she didn't move. The lights flickered again, and when they came back on, she was gone. Just gone. The spilled coffee was the only evidence that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. I looked around wildly. No one else in the diner seemed to have noticed anything. The waitress was wiping down the counter. The truckers were still talking quietly, and the old man hadn't looked up from his paper. I threw some money on the table and ran out. The rain had stopped, but the fog was thicker than ever. I jumped back in my truck and peeled out of the parking lot, not caring if I was being reckless. I'd driven maybe 10 miles when I felt cold air on the back of my neck. Slowly, I looked in my rearview mirror. She was sitting in my sleeper berth, watching me. I nearly drove off the road. "What do you want from me?" I shouted, keeping my eyes on the road, too terrified to look back again. "Company," she said, her voice right in my ear now. "We all want company." I glanced in the mirror again, and this time it wasn't just her. There were others behind her, shadowy figures with the same empty eyes. Men, women, even children, all with that same bluish tint to their skin. Some wore modern clothes, others looked like they were from decades ago. "You can't run forever," they whispered in unison. "You belong to us now." I didn't think. I just pulled over and jumped out of the truck, not even bothering to take the keys. I ran toward the lights of a small town I could see through the fog. My lungs were burning, but terror kept me moving. I reached a gas station on the edge of town and burst through the door. A sleepy-looking clerk glanced up from his phone. "Please," I gasped. "Call the police. There's something, in my truck." The clerk frowned. "You okay, man? You look like you've seen a ghost." The lights flickered. When they came back on, the clerk was gone. The store was empty, and outside the windows, standing in a semicircle around the gas station, were the figures from my truck, dozens of them now, all with those same empty eyes. The woman in the tattered coat stood at the center, her pale hand raised, beckoning me to come outside. I ran out the back door and didn't stop running until I reached a motel. I paid cash, barricaded myself in the room, and stayed there until morning. When daylight came, I called a buddy to pick me up, left my truck, my cargo, everything. I quit driving after that, moved to a small apartment in Phoenix. I don't go out after dark anymore, don't drive on highways, but sometimes, when I'm trying to sleep, I swear I can hear whispering outside my window, and sometimes, just as I'm drifting off, I feel cold fingers brush against my cheek. I don't know what she was, what any of them were, but I know they're still out there, waiting for me on the dark highways, and sooner or later, I'm afraid I'll join them. Story 4. I still don't know if I should be sharing this. Part of me wants to forget the whole thing ever happened, but I can't sleep properly anymore, and maybe writing it down will help. I've been a long-haul trucker for almost 10 years now, and I've seen some weird stuff on the road, but nothing like what happened to me 3 weeks ago on Highway 50 in Nevada. For those who don't know, Highway 50 cuts right through central Nevada and has this nickname, the loneliest road in America. And let me tell you, it's earned that title. Miles and miles of absolutely nothing but desert, mountains in the distance, and a ribbon of asphalt stretching out ahead of you. During the day, it's beautiful in a desolate kind of way. At night, it's something else entirely. I was hauling a load of electronics from San Francisco to Denver. Nothing special, just a regular run I'd done dozens of times before. The dispatcher had me on a tight schedule, so I was pushing through the night to make good time. It was mid-October, and the nights were getting cold out in the desert. Around 1 in the morning, I started feeling the fatigue hitting me pretty hard. My eyes were getting heavy, and I caught myself nodding off a couple times. Not good. I knew I needed to stop and stretch my legs, maybe grab some coffee from my thermos. Up ahead, I spotted one of those old rest stops. You know, the kind that's basically just a gravel pull-off with a couple of picnic tables and maybe a bathroom if you're lucky. This one looked like it hadn't been maintained in years. There was a small concrete block restroom building, paint peeling off, and a couple of wooden picnic tables that were weathered gray. No other vehicles around, just my rig. I pulled in and cut the engine, and the silence that followed was immediate and absolute. No highway noise, no wind, nothing. Just dead quiet. I grabbed my flashlight and climbed down from the cab. The temperature had dropped into the low 30s, and my breath made little clouds in the beam of the flashlight. I did some stretches, walked around the truck, checking the tires out of habit, then decided to use the restroom before getting back on the road. The restroom was as bad as I expected. Smelled like piss and chemicals, with graffiti covering every surface. I did my business quickly and was washing my hands when I heard it. A voice, faint, almost like it was being carried on the wind, except there wasn't any wind that night. Help, please, can anybody help me? It was a woman's voice, and it seemed to be coming from somewhere beyond the rest area, in the darkness beyond the reach of my truck's lights. Now, I'm not stupid. I've heard all the stories about people getting lured out of their vehicles by someone pretending to need help, only to get robbed or worse. But this voice, there was something about it that sounded genuinely frightened. And out here, miles from anywhere, who would set up an ambush at 1 in the morning when traffic is basically non-existent? I grabbed my flashlight and walked toward the edge of the rest area. "Hello?" I called out. "Where are you?" "Please help me," came the reply, closer now. "I'm lost." I swept my flashlight across the scrubby desert terrain beyond the rest area. At first I didn't see anything, just sagebrush and rocks. Then my light caught something moving about 50 yards away. It was a woman. She was walking slowly toward me, stumbling a little like she was hurt or exhausted. She had long dark hair and was wearing what looked like jeans and a light-colored jacket, though both were dirty and torn in places. "Thank God," she said as she got closer. "I thought nobody would ever stop." When she stepped into the pool of light from my flashlight, I got my first good look at her. She was young, probably mid-20s, with pale skin and these big dark eyes that looked haunted is the only word I can think of. Her clothes weren't just dirty, they were ragged, like she'd been out in the wilderness for days. There were scratches on her face and hands. "What happened to you?" I asked, keeping a safe distance. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head. "Not hurt, just lost. Our car hit something on the road a few miles back. We pulled over to check, and I wandered away from the car. I got disoriented in the dark. My friends must have thought I was still asleep in the back seat. They drove away without me." Her story seemed plausible enough. Cell service out here is spotty at best, and if her friends hadn't realized she was missing until they were miles down the road, they might not have been able to come back for her right away. "Where's your car now?" I asked. She pointed vaguely back toward the highway. "I don't know exactly. I've been walking for hours trying to find help. I should have been more suspicious, I know that now. But it was the middle of the night, freezing cold, and there was this young woman who seemed genuinely in trouble. What was I supposed to do, leave her there?" "I've got a truck," I said, gesturing back toward my rig. "I can give you a ride to the next town. There's a truck stop there with phones. You can call your friends or the police." She nodded gratefully, and I started leading her back toward my truck. That's when I noticed something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. When she walked past me, I felt this coldness radiating from her. Not just like she was cold from being outside, though she should have been freezing in that thin jacket, but an unnatural, bone-deep coldness that seemed to seep into the air around her. I told myself it was just the night air or my imagination working overtime from fatigue, but when I accidentally brushed against her arm, her skin was ice cold, like touching a corpse. I flinched away without meaning to, and she noticed. For just a second, something flickered across her face. Hurt, maybe, or something else. Then it was gone, replaced by that same frightened expression. "Sorry," I muttered. "You're freezing. Let me get you to the truck where it's warm." We were about halfway back to my rig when she suddenly stopped walking. I turned to look at her, and she was staring out into the darkness, her body rigid. "What's wrong?" I asked. "They're here," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "The ones who got lost." A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature ran down my spine. "What are you talking about? Who's here?" She didn't answer, just kept staring into the darkness with wide, terrified eyes. I followed her gaze but couldn't see anything out there, just darkness. "Come on," I said, trying to keep the nervousness out of my voice. "Let's get to the truck." I reached for her arm to guide her along, but she jerked away from me. "No," she cried. "They won't let me leave." That's when I felt it. The air around us grew colder, much colder, like we'd suddenly stepped into a walk-in freezer, and the shadows, I swear the shadows around us started to move. Not just shifting with the beam of my flashlight, but actually moving on their own, elongating and twisting like they were alive somehow. I'm not a superstitious man. I never believed in ghosts or any of that supernatural nonsense. But what I saw that night, I can't explain it. Those shadows were moving with purpose, reaching toward us, toward her. The woman was shaking now, not from cold but from terror. She grabbed my arm with both hands, her fingers digging in with surprising strength. "Please," she begged, her eyes wild with fear. "Don't leave me alone with them. They've been waiting so long for someone else." I tried to pull her toward the truck, but she seemed rooted to the spot, and those shadows were getting closer, forming shapes that were almost human but wrong somehow, distorted. My flashlight beam passed right through them, but they were clearly there, darker than the night around them. "What the hell is happening?" I shouted, panic rising in my chest. The woman's grip on my arm tightened, her fingers like ice even through my jacket. "They're hungry," she whispered. "They've been waiting for so long." Something in her voice had changed. It was still frightened, but there was something else underneath it now, something ancient and cold and hungry. I don't know if what I did next makes me a coward or just someone with a strong survival instinct. I wrenched my arm free from her grasp and ran. I ran as fast as I could back to my truck, scrambled into the cab, and locked the doors. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As the engine roared to life, I looked back toward where I'd left her. She was still standing there, illuminated in my headlights, her arms hanging limply at her sides. The shadows had retreated, or maybe they were never there at all. Maybe it was all in my head, but the look on her face, God, I'll never forget it. Such profound sadness and betrayal. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, catching the light from my high beams. "I'm sorry," I whispered. Though she couldn't hear me, I threw the truck into gear and peeled out of that rest stop like the devil himself was on my tail. In my rearview mirror, I watched her figure growing smaller and smaller until she was just a tiny speck of white in the darkness. And then she was gone. I drove like a madman for the next hour, not stopping until I reached the truck stop in the next town. My hands were still shaking when I pulled in. I needed coffee, needed to talk to another human being, needed to convince myself that what I'd experienced was just fatigue playing tricks on my mind. Inside the diner section of the truck stop, there were a few other drivers sitting at the counter looking as tired as I felt. I slid onto a stool and ordered coffee from a middle-aged waitress with dyed red hair and a name tag that said Darlene. As she poured my coffee, she gave me a concerned look. "You okay, hun? You look like you've seen a ghost." The word ghost made me flinch. "Just tired," I muttered. "Long night on the road." She nodded sympathetically. "Coming from Highway 50? I looked up at her sharply. "Yeah, how'd you know?" Darlene glanced around, then leaned in closer. "You've got that look, the Highway 50 look. Did you see something out there?" My mouth went dry. "What do you mean?" She sighed. "About once a month, we get a driver in here looking just like you do now, shaken up, pale as death, and they've all come off Highway 50, usually in the middle of the night." "What do they see?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know the answer. "A woman," Darlene said quietly. "Young, dark hair, torn up clothes. She asks for help, says she got separated from her friends or her car broke down, something like that." My blood turned to ice in my veins. What happens to the people who help her?" Darlene's eyes met mine, and there was genuine fear in them. "Some of them disappear, never heard from again. Others make it out, but they're different afterward, changed somehow. Has anyone ever—" I swallowed hard. "Has anyone ever gone back for her?" "A few," she said. "Brave ones or stupid ones, depending on how you look at it. And most don't come back." She paused. "There was one guy, though, a driver who claimed he helped her. Said he faced whatever was out there in the darkness with her and helped her move on. I don't know if I believe it, but he seemed convinced." "Where did he see her?" I asked. "Exactly where on Highway 50?" Darlene hesitated. About 15 miles east of the Middlegate rest area. There's an old pull-off there with a concrete bathroom building. State doesn't maintain it anymore. That was it. That was where I'd stopped. I finished my coffee in silence, paid my bill, and left the diner. I sat in my truck for a long time, thinking about that woman and the look on her face as I drove away, thinking about what Darlene had told me. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't at least try to help her. Call me brave, call me stupid, I don't care. I turned the key in the ignition and pointed my rig back toward Highway 50, back toward that godforsaken rest stop. Story 5. I've been holding on to this for so long now. It's been almost 3 years, and I still get chills thinking about it. But I feel like I need to share it with someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. It happened when I was 17, during spring break of my junior year. My parents had gone on a short trip to visit my aunt who lives a few hours away, and I was staying with my grandmother for a few days. I've always loved my grandma's house. It's this big old 2-story colonial that's been in our family for decades. My mom grew up there, and so did my grandma. That night I went to bed around 11 after watching some stupid reality TV show with Grandma. She'd gone to bed a bit earlier, around 10, since she always says nothing good happens after the 10 o'clock news. I was in the guest bedroom upstairs, which used to be my mom's old room. It still had some of her old yearbooks on the bookshelf and a few faded posters she never took down. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but something woke me up at around 2 in the morning. At first I thought it was just the house settling. You know how old houses make those weird creaking noises. But then I heard what sounded like footsteps downstairs. Slow, deliberate footsteps, and then the distinct sound of cabinet doors opening and closing in the kitchen. My first thought was that Grandma had woken up and was getting a midnight snack or some water. But then I remembered she'd taken her sleeping pill before bed, and those things knocked her out for the entire night. She always joked that a tornado couldn't wake me once I take my pill. I lay there in the dark for a few minutes, trying to convince myself it was nothing, maybe the ice maker in the fridge or something. But then I heard what sounded like humming. A woman humming a tune I didn't recognize, but it sounded old-fashioned, like something from another era. My heart was racing at this point. I thought about calling out to my grandma, but I didn't want to wake her if she was still asleep. And what if it wasn't her? What if someone had broken in? I reached for my phone on the nightstand and turned on the flashlight. The battery was at 15%, which made me nervous, but I figured it was enough. I got out of bed, my bare feet touching the cold hardwood floor, and slowly opened my bedroom door. The hallway was pitch black, except for the beam of my phone's flashlight. I could still hear the humming, and now what sounded like someone moving dishes around. I crept toward the stairs, trying to avoid the spots I knew would creak. There's this one step near the top that always gives away your presence, so I stepped over it carefully. As I made my way down the stairs, the humming got louder. It was definitely coming from the kitchen. I paused at the bottom of the stairs, my hand gripping the banister so tight my knuckles were white. I was terrified but also strangely curious. The kitchen was to the right of the stairs, through the living room. As I entered the living room, I noticed a soft, yellowish light spilling out from the kitchen doorway. But Grandma's house doesn't have yellow lights. They're all those bright white LED bulbs she installed last year to save on the electric bill. I stood there frozen for what felt like forever, trying to work up the courage to look into the kitchen. The humming had stopped, but I could hear the sound of water running and then the clink of what sounded like a spoon stirring something in a cup. Finally, I took a deep breath and stepped toward the kitchen doorway. What I saw made my blood run cold. There was an old woman standing at the counter with her back to me. She was short, maybe 5 feet tall, with white hair pulled back in a bun. She was wearing a light blue nightgown or housecoat that went down to her ankles. But here's the thing. She wasn't my grandma. My grandma is taller and has short gray hair that she gets styled every month at the salon. I must have made some sort of noise because the woman stopped what she was doing and slowly turned around. Her face, I'll never forget her face. She was elderly with deep wrinkles around her eyes and mouth, but her eyes were sharp and alert. She looked directly at me and smiled. "Hello, dear," she said, her voice soft but clear. "Would you like some tea?" I couldn't speak. I couldn't move, because I recognized her. I had never met this woman in my life, but I knew exactly who she was. It was my great-grandmother, my grandma's mother, who had died more than 20 years before I was born. I recognized her from the old family photos in albums that my mom sometimes shows us. There was one of her sitting in this very kitchen, at the table that was still there, holding my infant mother on her lap. But how was she here now, standing in the kitchen making tea like it was the most normal thing in the world? "You're not real," I finally managed to whisper. She tilted her head slightly, looking almost sad. "I'm as real as this house, Amy. As real as the ground beneath your feet." She knew my name. A cold shiver ran down my spine. "How are you here?" I asked, my voice trembling. "I never left," she said simply, turning back to her tea. "This is my home." I noticed then that she seemed different from the rest of the room. While everything else was solid and normal, she had a sort of transparency to her, like she was made of smoke or mist that had taken human form. The light didn't reflect off her the same way it did everything else, and when she moved, it was too smooth, too fluid, like she was gliding rather than walking. "Does Grandma know you're here?" I asked, surprising myself with the question. My great-grandmother smiled again. "Margaret senses me sometimes, but she doesn't see me like you do. Margaret is my grandma's name. This wasn't something I could have made up in a dream or hallucination." She gestured to the kitchen table. "Sit with me a while, Amy. It gets lonely here sometimes." Against every instinct screaming at me to run back upstairs, I found myself walking to the table and sitting down. She brought over 2 cups of tea and placed one in front of me. The cup made contact with the table, making a real sound. This wasn't in my head. "You look like your mother," she said, studying my face. She had the same eyes. I stared at the teacup but didn't touch it. "Why are you here now? Why can I see you?" She sipped her tea before answering. "Some people can see what others can't. Your grandmother's family has always had the gift. I had it. Margaret has it sometimes but denies it. And you have it strongly." "The gift?" I repeated, confused. "To see beyond the veil," she explained, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. "Between this world and the next." I shivered despite the kitchen being warm. "Have you always been here? In this house?" "I come and go," she said vaguely. "But lately, I've been here more often. Things are changing." "What things?" Her expression changed then, becoming more serious. "The house remembers, Amy. Houses hold on to things. Memories, feelings, moments. This one has seen so much." As she spoke, I noticed the kitchen seemed different. The walls appeared older, the paint a different shade. The modern refrigerator seemed to flicker, and for a second I thought I saw an old icebox in its place. "What's happening?" I whispered, my heart racing again. "The past and present sometimes blur in places like this," she said, "especially when someone like you is here to see it." I looked down at my untouched tea and noticed with horror that my hand on the table looked faded, almost transparent like her. I yanked it back and stood up so quickly my chair fell over backward with a loud crash. "I don't want this," I said, backing away. "I don't want to see these things." My great-grandmother's face showed concern. "It's not something you can turn off, dear. It's part of who you are." The kitchen was changing more rapidly now. The modern appliances were gone completely. The walls were papered with a floral pattern I'd never seen before, and there were sounds coming from other parts of the house. Voices, laughter, footsteps. "Make it stop," I pleaded, pressing my back against the wall. She stood up and approached me, but didn't touch me. "Don't be afraid of who you are, Amy. The gift can be a burden, but it's also a blessing." Suddenly, there was a loud thump from upstairs, and everything snapped back to normal. The modern kitchen, the silence of night, the reality I knew. My great-grandmother was still there, but she seemed fainter now. "Your grandmother is awake," she said. "You should go back upstairs before she finds you down here." I heard my grandma call my name from the top of the stairs. "Amy, is that you down there?" When I looked back to where my great-grandmother had been standing, she was gone. The teacups were gone too. It was as if none of it had happened. Yeah, Grandma," I called back, my voice shaky. "Just getting some water." I ran a glass under the tap and hurried back upstairs. My grandma was standing in the hallway in her bathrobe, looking confused. "I heard a crash," she said. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I lied, "just knocked over a chair. Sorry I woke you." She squinted at me in the dark. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a laugh that sounded hollow even to my own ears. "Just tired. Let's go back to bed." I didn't tell her what happened. I didn't tell anyone for months. Who would believe me? But then my cousin Ben stayed at Grandma's house a few months later and called me in the middle of the night, terrified. He described seeing an old woman in the kitchen making tea, one he'd never met but who seemed to know him. It was the same woman I'd seen. We compared notes and realized we'd both seen our great-grandmother. Ben hadn't recognized her right away because he'd seen fewer family photos than I had, but his description matched perfectly. Then just last month, my sister Kim experienced something even stranger. Our family was preparing to move from our old house, and she was taking photos of the connected dining room and living room for real estate listings. When she reviewed the photos, one of them showed 3 ghostly figures that hadn't been visible when she took the picture. A young boy around 12, a woman in her 20s or 30s, and a man in his late 30s or early 40s, all in old-fashioned clothes. The man was standing by our refrigerator while the woman and boy seemed to be looking sadly through the back door like they were locked outside. None of us recognized these people. They weren't our relatives as far as we know, but ever since Kim took that photo, strange things have been happening in our house too. I haven't seen my great-grandmother again, but sometimes I hear humming from the kitchen at night, and sometimes just before I fall asleep, I swear I can smell the faint scent of tea brewing downstairs. I don't know what any of this means. I don't know why our family seems to attract these visitors. But what my great-grandmother said about the gift being in our family keeps echoing in my mind. I'm scared of what else I might see, but also strangely drawn to understanding it. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Does anyone know what this gift might be or how to control it? Because I'm starting to think these encounters are just the beginning of something bigger, something I don't fully understand yet. Story 6. Waitai. I still can't sleep in my own bed. It's been 2 years and my parents think I'm being ridiculous, but they weren't there. They didn't hear it. I was 14 when it happened, and even though I'm 16 now, I still get chills thinking about that night. It was summer of 2022, just after school let out. My parents had taken my little sister to my cousin's birthday sleepover in Richmond, about 3 hours away. My older brother Jake was supposed to be home with me, but he'd texted saying he was staying at his friend's place to work on some project. I didn't mind being home alone. Actually, I was kind of excited about it. No parents, no annoying siblings. Just me, my laptop, and unlimited snacks. I spent most of that Saturday in my room, binge-watching shows and scrolling through TikTok. I have this loft bed. You know, those beds that are raised up high with a desk underneath instead of a second bed. I love it because it gives me more floor space in my room, plus it feels like a little private sanctuary up there. I remember it was getting dark outside and I hadn't eaten anything since lunch. My stomach was growling so loud I couldn't ignore it anymore. I'd been lying in bed with my laptop for hours and my room was completely dark except for the screen's glow. I closed my laptop, stretched, and sat up, rubbing my eyes. That's when I heard it. At first it was so faint I thought I was imagining things, just a soft sound that could have been the house settling or the air conditioning kicking on. But then it became clearer. Cassie, it was a whisper, a man's whisper, coming from directly beneath my bed. I froze, every muscle in my body tensed up. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe I'd fallen asleep without realizing it and was dreaming. I held my breath and listened. Cassie. The whisper came again, more drawn out this time, unmistakable. It wasn't in my head. It was real, and it was coming from underneath me. My first thought was that Jake had come home and was playing a stupid prank. He's always trying to scare me. I remember swallowing hard, trying to keep my voice steady. Jake, is that you? This isn't funny. There was silence for a moment. Then the voice came again, but louder this time. Not a whisper anymore, more like a normal speaking voice. I'm not Jake, Cassie. I felt like my heart stopped. The voice sounded nothing like my brother. It was deeper, older, a grown man's voice, speaking from a space that was physically impossible for an adult to fit into. The space under my loft bed is mostly taken up by my desk and chair. There's maybe a foot of clearance between the desk surface and the bottom of my mattress. I was paralyzed with fear, sitting completely still on my bed, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. My phone was charging on my nightstand, which meant I'd have to climb down to get it, down to where the voice was coming from. I can see you, Cassie. That's when I lost it. Pure adrenaline took over. I scrambled down the ladder so fast I nearly fell, grabbed my phone and bolted out of my room. I slammed the door shut behind me and ran downstairs, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I checked the entire first floor in a panic, calling out for Jake, for anyone, but the house was completely empty. All the doors were locked from the inside. No windows were open. I even checked the garage. My parents' car was gone just like it was supposed to be. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely unlock my phone. I called Jake first. Hello? He sounded annoyed, like I'd interrupted something. Jake, are you home? My voice was trembling. No, I told you I'm at David's. What's wrong? Someone's in the house. I heard a voice in my room. He cut me off. Cassie, stop being dramatic. You probably just fell asleep watching something scary again. No, Jake, I swear. Someone was under my bed calling my name. I was practically shouting now. Under your loft bed? Where your desk is. Don't be stupid, Cassie. No one could fit under there. I know what I heard. Look, I'm not driving home because you spooked yourself. Just turn on all the lights and check the house. No one's there. He hung up. I tried calling my parents next, but got the same reaction. My mom thought I was making it up for attention. My dad told me to check all the doors and windows, which I had already done. They weren't coming home early from a 3-hour drive just because their teenage daughter got scared of nothing. I stood in the kitchen, tears streaming down my face. I knew what I heard was real. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't a dream. Someone or something had spoken to me from under my bed, but no one believed me, and I was alone in the house. After a few minutes of panicked crying, I realized I needed to pull myself together. If no one was coming to help me, I had to help myself. I grabbed the biggest knife from the kitchen drawer. It gave me a small sense of security, though my hand was still shaking as I gripped it. I decided I needed to search the house methodically. If there was an intruder, I needed to know. I started on the first floor, checking every room, closet, and possible hiding place. Nothing. I checked the locks on all doors and windows again. Everything was secure. Then I worked up the courage to check upstairs. The bathroom was empty. My parents' room was untouched. My little sister's room was exactly as she'd left it. Jake's room was a mess, but empty of anyone but his dirty laundry. Finally, I stood outside my bedroom door. My palms were sweaty around the knife handle. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. I flipped on the light switch and scanned the room. Everything looked normal. I approached my loft bed slowly. The desk underneath was exactly as I'd left it. My school notebook stacked neatly to one side, my cup of pens, my desk lamp. There was nowhere a person could hide. I got down on my hands and knees and checked the tiny space between the desk and the wall. Nothing. It made no logical sense. No one could have gotten in or out of the house without leaving some evidence. No one could have hidden under my bed. Yet the voice had been so real, so clear, I hadn't imagined it. I couldn't bring myself to sleep in my room that night. I grabbed my pillow and blanket and went downstairs to the living room. I locked the sitting room door, turned on all the lights, and put the knife on the coffee table beside me. I tried watching TV to distract myself, but I kept the volume low, constantly listening for any unusual sounds. I must have fallen asleep eventually from pure exhaustion, but I woke up countless times throughout the night, startled by every creak and groan of the house. Each time I'd grab the knife and listen intently, my heart racing, but the voice never returned. When morning finally came, I was a complete wreck. My family arrived home around noon and they all had the same reaction, rolling their eyes at my overactive imagination. My dad did a cursory check of the house to humor me, but of course found nothing. My mom suggested I was sleepwalking or experiencing some kind of sleep paralysis. Jake just called me a baby, but I knew what I heard. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I was fully awake, sitting up in bed. It wasn't my imagination. The voice had been clear as day, calling my name, telling me it could see me. That was 2 years ago, and I've never slept in my loft bed since. I begged my parents to let me get a new bed, but they refused, saying they weren't going to waste money because of my silly fears. So I've been sleeping on the floor in my room or on the couch downstairs when everyone else is asleep. Sometimes, late at night when I'm lying on my floor, I swear I can hear faint breathing coming from my bed above, like something is still there waiting. I've tried telling myself it's just the house settling or the wind outside, but deep down, I know better. A few months ago, I was home alone again. I was downstairs watching TV when I heard it. The same voice, distant but clear enough, calling my name from upstairs. I didn't investigate. I ran out of the house and sat in the front yard until my mum came home an hour later. My parents are talking about sending me to therapy now. They think I've developed some kind of anxiety disorder or phobia about my bed. Maybe I have. But phobias are supposed to be irrational fears, and there was nothing irrational about what I experienced that night. Whatever spoke to me from beneath my bed was real. I don't know if it was human or something else, but it knew my name, and it's still there. I can feel it whenever I enter my room, like a presence watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down and climb back up to my bed. I'm counting down the days until college, when I can finally leave this house and that bed behind. But part of me worries that whatever it is might follow me, that maybe it's not attached to the bed or the house, but to me. That thought keeps me awake more than anything else. Story 7. I've been working at the Pineview McDonald's for about 3 years now. Started as a regular crew member, worked my way up to shift manager, then finally got promoted to store manager about 8 months ago. The pay's decent, the hours are flexible, and I've always liked the overnight shift because it's usually quiet and I can get things done without customers constantly coming in. But what happened last Tuesday night has me seriously questioning whether I want to stay at this location anymore. I should probably mention that weird stuff has been happening in our store for a while now. Nothing major at first, just items falling off shelves when nobody was near them, or lights flickering in specific parts of the restaurant, the kind of stuff you can easily explain away. I've always considered myself pretty agnostic when it comes to the paranormal. I don't believe in ghosts, but I also don't claim to know everything about how the universe works. Anyway, last Tuesday I was scheduled to work the overnight shift as usual, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Normally I have at least 2 other crew members with me, one handling drive-through and the other helping with food prep and cleaning. But that night, both of them called out. Mark texted that he had a stomach bug and Jess had car trouble. So there I was, facing an 8-hour shift completely alone. It wasn't the first time I'd worked alone, but it's definitely not ideal. There's a lot to do, closing procedures, cleaning everything, prepping for breakfast, counting inventory. And honestly, the store just feels different when you're the only one there. The first couple hours went fine. I closed the dining room at midnight, then focused on the drive-through until 2 a.m. when we officially close. We had the usual trickle of late-night customers, college kids, truck drivers, a few people getting off late shifts at the hospital nearby. By 2:30, I'd counted the registers and started on cleaning. I'd been having this weird feeling all night, though, like someone was watching me. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone standing there, but of course, there was nothing. I chalked it up to being alone in a big, empty restaurant. Then I remembered what our new hire, Dylan, had mentioned during his first overnight shift last week. He said he heard distinct knocking on the drive-through window around 3 in the morning. 3 sharp knocks, like someone using their knuckles. When he looked, there was nobody there. The thing is, I'd experienced the exact same thing about 2 months ago. 3 knocks, clear as day. But when I checked the camera and looked outside, there was absolutely nothing. When Dylan told me about his experience, I just shrugged it off. Told him it was probably just the window settling or something. I didn't want to freak him out by saying I'd heard it too. Around 3:15 that night, I was setting up trays in the kitchen when it happened. I felt this presence. It's hard to explain, but it was like a shadow passed over me. Not like when someone walks between you and a light source. More like a darkness that washed over me for a split second. I actually felt it, and it felt cold and tall. Like whatever cast that shadow was much taller than me, and I'm 6'1". I spun around, but there was nothing there, just the empty kitchen. My heart was racing, and I felt this weird pressure in my chest, like when you know someone's staring at you, but multiplied by 100. I decided to take a break and headed to the office. We have security cameras covering most of the restaurant, so I figured I'd watch the monitors for a bit while I ate my meal. I couldn't shake this feeling of being observed. The cameras showed nothing unusual, just empty spaces. The dining room was dark, the drive-through lane empty, the kitchen still except for the timer lights on some of the equipment. After eating, I forced myself to get back to work. I still had to wash the dishes, restock the freezer, and prep the breakfast items for the morning crew. The sooner I finished, the sooner I could go home. I started with the dishes, standing at the big industrial sink with my back to the kitchen. I was about halfway through when I saw movement in my peripheral vision, just a slight shift of something dark. I turned my head slowly, and that's when I saw it. It wasn't solid. That's the first thing I need to make clear. It wasn't like a person standing there. It was more like a distortion in the air, a humanoid outline that was slightly darker than the space around it. But it had form. I could see what looked like shoulders, a head. It was just standing there, maybe 15 feet away from me, near the fryers. I froze, literally couldn't move for what felt like forever, but was probably just a few seconds. Then, as if my brain suddenly switched back on, I bolted. I didn't even think about it. Just dropped the sponge in the sink and ran straight through the kitchen, past the counter, and out the lobby door. I didn't even grab my coat. Standing in the parking lot, shivering in the February cold, I pulled out my phone and called my brother. He works nights too, at a warehouse across town, so I knew he'd be awake. He picked up on the 3rd ring. "Nate? What's up?" He sounded concerned. I never call him that late unless something's wrong. I tried to explain what I'd seen, stumbling over my words, and probably sounding completely unhinged. But here's the thing about my brother. When we were teenagers, he had his own unexplainable experience at our grandparents' farm. He's never talked about it with anyone except me, but he's believed in the paranormal ever since. "Are you outside?" he asked when I finally stopped rambling. "Yeah, in the parking lot. Is there anyone else you can call to come stay with you until your shift ends?" I told him no, that everyone else I knew was either working or asleep. "Okay," he said. "Here's what you're going to do. You need to go back in and finish your shift. The morning people will be there in a few hours. I'll stay on the phone with you the whole time." I didn't want to go back in. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to get in my car and drive away. But I knew he was right. If I left, I'd probably lose my job. And what would I even tell my boss? That I saw a ghost? So with my brother still on the phone, I reluctantly went back inside. The restaurant was exactly as I'd left it. Lights on, half-washed dishes in the sink. I quickly checked the security footage from the last 10 minutes, but predictably, there was nothing unusual on camera. Just me washing dishes, then suddenly freaking out and running away. I need to get stuff from the freezer, I told my brother, my voice shaking despite my best efforts to stay calm. I'm right here, he reassured me. Just keep talking to me. The walk to the freezer felt like the longest journey of my life. It's at the back of the kitchen, past the area where I'd seen whatever it was. I kept my eyes straight ahead, refusing to look to either side as I hurried through the kitchen. I swear the air felt heavier, colder, even before I reached the freezer. The worst part was being in the freezer itself. I kept imagining the door slamming shut behind me, trapping me inside. My brother kept talking, asking me random questions about baseball stats to keep my mind occupied while I grabbed what I needed. I managed to finish most of my tasks over the next few hours, always keeping my phone on speaker with my brother on the line. I didn't see anything else that night, but the feeling of being watched never went away. By the time the morning crew arrived at 6:30, I was mentally and physically exhausted. When I got home, I couldn't stop shivering. Even after a hot shower and wrapping myself in a thick blanket, I felt chilled to the bone. It wasn't just physical. It was like something inside me was cold. I called in sick for my shift that night, claiming I had a fever. My boss was understanding, probably because I almost never miss work. My brother came over that evening. We talked for hours about what had happened. He believes that whatever is in that restaurant, ignoring it isn't making it go away. He suggested I start recording video on my phone during my shifts, especially when I'm alone. Some entities feed on fear, he told me. Others just want to be acknowledged. I'm going back tonight. I've been manager at this location for 8 months, and weird things have been happening the whole time. I've been ignoring them, pretending they weren't real, but after what happened Tuesday night, I can't keep denying it. There's something in that McDonald's, something that isn't human, something that knows I've been ignoring it. I don't know what will happen tonight. I've downloaded a couple of those ghost hunting apps, though I'm skeptical about whether they actually do anything. I've also made sure my phone is fully charged so I can record. I keep replaying that moment in my mind, seeing that dark figure standing in the kitchen. What would have happened if I hadn't run? Would it have approached me, spoken to me, or worse? One thing I know for certain, whatever dark energy exists in that restaurant, it's been there a while, and it's getting stronger. The knocking on the windows, the feeling of being watched, and now a visible apparition. It's escalating, and for some reason it seems focused on me. If anything significant happens tonight, I'll update. But honestly, part of me is hoping for a completely quiet, boring shift. Because the alternative is facing whatever was standing in my kitchen, watching me Tuesday night. Story 8. It's been years since I moved into that house with my dad, but I still can't shake what happened there. I've never told the full story because most people either think I'm crazy or making it up for attention. But I need to get this off my chest, even if nobody believes me. Back in 2013, when I was 11, my parents got divorced. It was messy, like most divorces are, I guess. My dad got custody of me, and we moved to this small town called Oak Ridge. Dad had been blind since he was in his 20s, 40 years by that point, but he was super independent. He bought this big old house from the estate of an elderly couple who had both passed away within months of each other. The house was this 3-story Victorian thing with creaky floors and weird little nooks everywhere. It was affordable because it needed work, but Dad was handy despite his blindness. The layout was perfect because the entire 3rd floor had been converted into a separate apartment where the previous owner's adult daughter had lived. Dad said I could have the whole 3rd floor to myself, which seemed awesome at the time. I had my own bathroom, a small kitchenette, and this massive bedroom with sloped ceilings. For an 11-year-old, it felt like hitting the jackpot. The first year was totally normal. I decorated my space with posters, set up my gaming stuff, and felt like I had my own apartment. Dad stayed on the 1st floor most of the time since the stairs were a hassle for him. We'd hang out downstairs for dinner and weekends, but otherwise, I had total privacy up there. Looking back, maybe too much privacy. It started in 2014, about a year after we moved in. Small things at first. I was doing homework and got up to go to the bathroom. When I came back, my soda can had moved from the left side of my desk to the right. I figured maybe I'd bumped the desk or something, so I didn't think much of it. A few weeks later, I was drawing, and I put my pencil down to check something on my phone. When I looked back, the pencil had rolled across the desk. As I watched, confused, it rolled back toward me like someone had pushed it. There was no slope to the desk, no draft in the room, nothing that could explain it. By 2015, I started feeling really uneasy up there. I'd be playing games or reading, and suddenly get this feeling like someone was watching me. I'd look up, and of course nobody would be there, but the feeling wouldn't go away. One night in the middle of winter, I woke up freezing. My space heater, which had been off when I went to bed, was now on and cranked to maximum. I distinctly remember unplugging it before sleeping because Dad was always paranoid about fire hazards. But there it was, humming away, plugged in across the room. That's when the figures started. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see these shapes standing in the corners of my room or by my closet. They weren't just shadows. They were darker than darkness itself, like holes cut out of reality. They didn't move much, just stood there watching me. I could feel them staring, even though they didn't have visible eyes. The first time it happened, I screamed for my dad. He came upstairs as fast as he could, but by the time he reached my room, the figures were gone. He sat with me, tried to calm me down, but how could I explain to him what I saw when he couldn't see anything himself? He chalked it up to nightmares. I started sleeping with the lights on after that. All of them. The overhead light, my desk lamp, even string lights I put up around my room. It helped a little. I didn't see the figures as clearly when the lights were on, but I could still feel them there, watching, waiting. For a while, I convinced myself it was just my imagination. Puberty, stress from the divorce, adjusting to a new town. There were plenty of explanations that didn't involve the supernatural. I never mentioned it to anyone at school. I already had trouble making friends as the new kid. I didn't need to be known as the crazy kid, too. By 2018, I was 16 and had my first serious girlfriend, Mia. She was cool, into the same music and games as me, and after dating for a few months, I finally invited her over. Dad was pretty relaxed about having her upstairs in my room as long as we kept the door open. The moment she stepped onto the third floor, I could tell something was wrong. She got really quiet, and her eyes kept darting around like she was looking for something. "What's wrong?" I asked her. "It just feels weird up here," she said, rubbing her arms like she was cold, even though it was June and pretty warm. "Like someone's watching us." My stomach dropped. I'd never told her about the weird stuff, never told anyone, but she felt it too. We tried to act normal, listening to music and looking at memes on my laptop. She had brought these stickers from a band we both liked, and she was peeling one off to give to me when it suddenly flew out of her hand. Not dropped, flew, like someone had snatched it and thrown it. It stuck perfectly to the wall across the room. There was no breeze, no open window, nothing that could explain how a sticker flew 15 feet across a room and stuck itself to a wall. Mia freaked out. She wanted to leave immediately, and I couldn't blame her. I went downstairs with her and walked her home. She broke up with me the next day over text. Can't say I blame her. That night, I stayed at her house, too scared to go back to my room. Her parents let me crash on their couch since it was the weekend. Around 3 in the morning, I got up to use the bathroom. As I was washing my hands, I heard it clear as day. A voice right in my ear whispered, "Hey!" I spun around, but of course no one was there. The bathroom door was still closed and locked. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next day, I knew I had to go home. Dad would worry, and I couldn't explain why I was suddenly afraid of the house. On the walk back, I felt like someone was following me. I kept looking over my shoulder but never saw anyone. On a whim, I took out my phone and started recording behind me as I walked. When I got home and checked the footage, my blood went cold. There was something there, a dark, person-shaped blur that seemed to keep pace about 20 feet behind me. It wasn't solid, more like a smudge of darkness against the sunny street, but it was definitely following me. I deleted the video immediately. I don't know why. Fear, I guess. Like if I acknowledged it, made it real by showing someone else, it would somehow give it more power. That night, I forced myself to sleep in my room again. I woke up around 2 in the morning with this intense burning sensation on my back. I went to the bathroom and twisted around to look in the mirror. There were 3 long scratches running from my right shoulder blade down to the middle of my back. They weren't deep, but they were red and inflamed like cat scratches, except we didn't have a cat. I took a shower, put some antibiotic cream on them, and decided to sleep on the couch downstairs. I told Dad I'd pulled a muscle working out and the bed was uncomfortable. He believed me. The scratches healed within a few days, and I started spending less time on the 3rd floor. I'd only go up there to grab clothes or things I needed, then retreat to the living room or backyard. I made excuses to stay at friends' houses on weekends. Dad noticed something was up, but didn't push when I was evasive. About 3 weeks after the scratches, I woke up one morning with this weird rash on my chest. It was raised and red, forming what looked like the Roman numeral 6. I showed Dad, who took me to the doctor. They said it was probably just an allergic reaction to laundry detergent or something and gave me some cream for it. But I knew better. It wasn't random. It was deliberate, a message of some kind. The weirdest part? After that mark appeared, everything stopped. The figures disappeared. The feeling of being watched vanished. Objects stayed where I put them. It was like whatever had been there had made its point and moved on. I slowly started reclaiming my space, sleeping upstairs again, spending time in my room without constantly looking over my shoulder. For almost 3 years, nothing happened. I graduated high school, started community college, and was planning to transfer to a university in another state. I had almost convinced myself that the whole thing had been some bizarre extended hallucination or sleep disorder. Then, last month, I was packing up my room, getting ready to move out. It was late, around midnight, and I'd been sorting through old clothes to decide what to take with me. The night was hot, so I definitely hadn't turned on any heating. But suddenly, I heard the familiar click and hum of my old space heater switching on by itself, cranking up to maximum just like it had done years before. I unplugged it immediately, hands shaking. As I stood there staring at the heater, I felt it again, that unmistakable sensation of being watched by something darker than darkness. I moved out the next day, leaving most of my stuff behind. I haven't been back since. Dad doesn't understand why I suddenly rushed to leave, but he doesn't question it too much. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in that house followed me. I still check over my shoulder constantly. I still can't sleep without at least one light on. The thing is, I've researched the history of the house since then. There were no tragic deaths there, no murders or suicides that could explain a haunting. The elderly couple had lived peaceful lives. Their daughter had moved out years before we bought the place. There's no reason for anything malevolent to be attached to that house, but something was there, something that could move objects, turn on appliances, leave marks on my body, something that could follow me outside the house. And the worst part, I don't think it's finished with me. That space heater turning on wasn't a coincidence, it was a message. I'm still here. I was never gone. And sometimes, when I'm just falling asleep in my new apartment, I swear I can hear a faint whisper right next to my ear. Hey. Story 9. I've been trying to make sense of what happened at my uncle's house for years now. I'm not normally the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what I experienced there shook me to my core. I still can't explain it logically, and to be honest, I'm not sure I want to. I was 23 when it all happened. My uncle had bought this property on the outskirts of Cali, Colombia, where I'm from. It was a nice house, nothing fancy but spacious enough with a big yard surrounded by old trees. The neighborhood was one of those modern developments built on what used to be farmland. Only later did I learn about the history of that place. The land where my uncle's house stood was once part of a large hacienda dating back about 150 years. Like most haciendas from that era in Colombia, it had a dark past. Local historians told us that the original landowners were particularly cruel. Thieves were hung from trees without trials, army deserters were shot on sight, and the farmer girls, Well, they suffered terrible fates at the hands of the owners and their friends. According to the neighbors, my uncle's property contained the exact spot where a massive tree once stood, a tree they used for hangings. My uncle didn't know any of this when he bought the place. He moved in with his wife and 3 daughters, the oldest being 17 at the time. They were excited about the house, especially since they got it for such a good price. Now I understand why it was so cheap. Problems started about 3 weeks after they moved in. My uncle's oldest daughter, Mariana, began having these horrible nightmares. She'd wake up screaming, saying a black man was trying to rape her. At first, everyone thought it was just stress from the move, or maybe from starting at a new school. But then she started showing up at breakfast with unexplained marks on her arms, scratches and bruises she couldn't account for. The dreams got worse over time. Mariana said they became more vivid, more real. Then one night, about 2 months after they moved in, she woke up feeling weight on top of her, like someone was actually there in her bed. She said she could feel hands on her skin but couldn't see anyone. She screamed so loud she woke up the entire household. When my uncle rushed in, there was nobody there, but Mariana was hysterical. After that night, things escalated. She would wake up with bruises and cuts all over her body. Sometimes they'd find her in the morning with her nightgown torn. My aunt started sleeping in her room, but it didn't help. Whatever was happening continued even with someone else present. My uncle isn't a superstitious man, but after watching his daughter deteriorate, he contacted a priest. I wasn't there when the priest came, but my uncle told me about it later. The priest believed Mariana was experiencing some form of demonic oppression and performed what amounted to an exorcism. According to my uncle, during the ritual, Mariana spoke in a voice that wasn't her own, deep and inhuman. At one point, she allegedly vomited sand, which freaked everyone out because there's no beach anywhere near Cali. The priest blessed the house, especially Mariana's room, but told my uncle that the entity was strong and might return. He advised them to consider moving, but my uncle had invested all his savings in the house and couldn't afford to leave. After the priest's visit, Mariana seemed better for a while, but her room remained wrong somehow. Even after my aunt repainted it and bought new furniture, people felt uncomfortable in there. Mariana ended up moving into the guest room, and her old bedroom was kept locked most of the time. This is where my story really begins. About 6 months after all this happened, I went to visit my uncle for a weekend. The family seemed tense but tried to act normal. Since Mariana had moved to the guest room, I was given her old bedroom to sleep in. My aunt seemed hesitant, but my uncle insisted it was fine, saying the problem had been resolved. I remember feeling uneasy the moment I stepped into that room. It was colder than the rest of the house, which is weird in Cali since it's usually hot and humid. The room had been redecorated with neutral colors and generic furniture, but something felt off. It felt like the walls were watching me. That first night I had trouble falling asleep. I kept thinking about what had happened to Mariana, wondering if there was a rational explanation. Maybe she'd been sleepwalking and hurting herself. Maybe she had some psychological issues. I tried to convince myself it was all in her head, but lying there in the dark, those explanations felt hollow. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I woke up suddenly at 3 in the morning. I know it was exactly 3 because I checked my phone right away, feeling disoriented. What woke me was the sound of footsteps, heavy footsteps, like someone wearing boots was walking right outside my window. The thing is, my uncle's house is a 1-story building. There's no second floor, no attic, nowhere for those footsteps to be coming from. I lay perfectly still, listening as they circled the house, getting louder as they approached my window, then fading as they passed. This went on for about 20 minutes before stopping completely. The next morning, I asked my uncle if anyone had been outside during the night. He got this look on his face, part worry, part resignation, and told me that they often heard those footsteps. Security guards had checked multiple times, but never found anything. I decided to stay a second night, partly out of stubbornness and partly because I didn't want my uncle to think I was scared. That night, something else happened. I was in the bathroom attached to Mariana's old room, brushing my teeth, when the door, which I'd left ajar, slowly swung closed. I thought maybe there was a draft, but when I tried to open it again, it felt like something was holding it from the other side. I had to pull hard to get it open, and when I did, there was no one there. I told myself it was just air pressure or something, but I didn't fully believe it. There were no windows open, no fans running, nothing that could create enough airflow to move a solid wooden door. That night, I went to bed earlier, exhausted from not sleeping well the previous night. I must have fallen asleep quickly because the next thing I remember is waking up with that feeling you get when someone's watching you. You know that sensation, right? When the hairs on your neck stand up? I opened my eyes and nearly screamed. Standing at the foot of my bed was what looked like Mariana, but something was wrong. Her face was completely blank, expressionless, and her eyes seemed too dark, too deep. She just stood there, staring at me. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. Classic sleep paralysis, I thought at first. Then Mariana did something that I still can't explain. She lifted herself onto the bed without using her hands, almost like she was floating, and crawled toward me without making a sound. Not a creak of the bed, not a rustle of clothing, nothing. She got right up to my face, so close I could see that her eyes weren't just dark, they were completely black, no whites at all. I must have blacked out from fear, because the next thing I remember is waking up to sunlight streaming through the window. I immediately checked the house to find the real Mariana, who was eating breakfast with my aunt. She'd been there all night, they both confirmed. When I told my uncle what I'd seen, he didn't seem surprised. He sat me down and finally told me everything that had been happening in that neighborhood. It wasn't just their house. Strange things were happening throughout the development. Security guards reported seeing what they described as witches flying over the former farmland at night. One guard quit after claiming to have seen the ghosts of dead children playing in an empty lot at midnight. My uncle had learned from an elderly neighbor that the area where their house stood was particularly cursed. The hanging tree I mentioned earlier, it had stood exactly where Mariana's room was built, and according to local history, many of the victims were young women accused of various crimes, often falsely. I stayed one more night, but I slept on the couch in the living room. Even there I heard things. Whispers in Spanish that sounded like they were coming from inside the walls, scratching sounds from the ceiling, and once, the distinct sound of a woman crying. The next morning, I packed my things and left. I couldn't stay there anymore. As I was leaving, my youngest cousin, who was only 6 at the time, asked me why I didn't like the black man who lived in their house. When I asked her what she meant, she said she saw him all the time, standing in corners or at the foot of beds, watching them. She said he was sad because they hung him from the tree even though he didn't do anything wrong. My uncle and his family moved out 3 months later. They couldn't sell the house, so they just abandoned it, leaving most of their furniture behind. Last I heard, the house is still empty. No one wants to buy it, even at a massive discount. I've tried to find logical explanations for everything I experienced there. Maybe it was mass hysteria, or maybe there were environmental factors, gas leaks or mold that could cause hallucinations. But none of those explanations account for the physical marks on Mariana's body, or the fact that so many people, including hardened security guards, experienced similar things. Whatever was in that house, whatever remains on that land, it isn't at rest. And to this day, I can't sleep at 3 in the morning. I always wake up, every single night, feeling like someone's walking around my bed watching me, waiting for me to open my eyes. Story 10. I still can't explain what happened that night. It's been 3 years, but sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I've heard it again. I haven't, thank God. But the memory is so vivid that my brain tricks me into believing it's happening all over again. I was 21 at the time, home from college for summer break. My parents' house in Ashwood is this old 2-story place from the 80s. Nothing special or historic, just your average suburban home with creaky floorboards and those weird popcorn ceilings. We've lived there since I was 8, and I'd never experienced anything strange there before. That night in July, I couldn't sleep. It was around 2 in the morning, and I'd been tossing and turning for hours. My room was stuffy despite the ceiling fans spinning at full blast. I'd been scrolling through social media, watching random videos, trying anything to make myself tired enough to fall asleep. Eventually, I got hungry and decided to go downstairs for a sandwich. Our house has always been pretty normal at night, just the usual house sounds, the refrigerator humming, occasional creaks from the house settling, maybe the distant sound of a car passing by. That night started the same way. I remember padding down the carpeted stairs in my pajama shorts and oversized t-shirt, not even bothering to turn on the lights because I knew the way by heart. Plus, there was enough moonlight coming through the windows to see where I was going. The moment my bare feet hit the cool tile of the first floor, something felt off. I can't really explain it. It wasn't like a dramatic temperature drop or anything you'd see in a horror movie. It was more like walking into a room where people had just been arguing. That lingering tension in the air that makes you instinctively uncomfortable. I paused at the bottom of the stairs, trying to figure out what was bothering me. Everything looked normal. The living room to my left was dark and still. The dining room straight ahead was empty, chairs neatly tucked under the table just as we'd left them after dinner. Nothing was out of place. I told myself I was being stupid, that it was just my half-asleep brain playing tricks on me. So I continued to the kitchen, which is at the back of the house past the dining room. I flipped on the light switch and squinted as the fluorescent lights flickered to life. Everything was exactly how it should be. Dirty dishes from dinner stacked by the sink. It was my turn to wash them in the morning. My mom's collection of cookbooks lined up on the counter, magnets holding shopping lists and reminders on the fridge. Completely normal. But that feeling, that unease, didn't go away. If anything, it got stronger. I remember standing in front of the open refrigerator, the cold air washing over me, and feeling like I needed to hurry, like I shouldn't be there, like something was watching me. I grabbed the bread from the counter, some sliced turkey and cheese from the fridge, and quickly made a sandwich. No mayo, no mustard, not even lettuce. Just the basics, because something in me just wanted to get back upstairs as quickly as possible. I didn't even bother putting the ingredients away, which is totally unlike me. My mom would have been annoyed if she'd found the turkey and cheese sitting out in the morning. As I finished making the sandwich, the kitchen suddenly felt smaller, like the walls were pressing in. The fluorescent lights seemed too bright, too harsh. The clock on the microwave read 2:23, and I remember thinking how utterly quiet the house was. No wind outside, no distant traffic sounds, not even the usual creaking of the house. It was like everything was holding its breath. The fear I felt wasn't rational. Nothing had happened to trigger it. No strange noises, no movement in the shadows, no doors mysteriously opening or closing. Just this overwhelming sense of wrongness that kept building inside me, making my heart race and my palms sweat. I've never felt anything like it before or since. This primal, instinctive fear that bypassed all logic and reasoning. I put my sandwich on a plate and turned off the kitchen light. The darkness felt oppressive, almost solid, as I made my way back through the dining room. I didn't want to be in the dark anymore, but I also didn't want to wake my parents by turning on lights throughout the house. So I hurried, practically speed-walking, keeping my eyes fixed on the staircase that would take me back to the safety of my room. As I passed through the hallway between the living room and the stairs, I had the sudden, overwhelming urge to close the kitchen door behind me. We rarely ever closed that door. It usually stayed open, but something compelled me to reach back and pull it shut with a soft click, and that's when it happened. The moment the door latch caught, a woman's scream erupted from the living room. Not a startled yelp or a surprised gasp. A full-throated, blood-curdling scream of absolute terror and agony. The kind of scream that makes your blood freeze and your skin prickle. It was so loud, so clear, so present that I was certain someone was standing in our dark living room just feet away from me. I dropped the plate. I remember the sound of it shattering on the hardwood floor, the sandwich scattering. But even that noise was completely overwhelmed by the scream, which seemed to go on, filling the house, filling my head. It wasn't muffled or distant. It sounded like it was right there, like I could have reached out and touched the person making it. I ran. I don't even remember making the decision to move. One moment I was frozen in the hallway. The next I was taking the stairs 2 at a time. My heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. I slammed my bedroom door shut and locked it, then dove under my covers like a terrified child, shaking uncontrollably. I waited for the house to wake up, for my parents to come rushing out of their bedroom at the end of the hall, for my dad to go downstairs with a baseball bat like he'd done once when we thought we heard an intruder. It was just a raccoon in the garbage. For something, anything, to happen. But nothing did. The house remained silent. After what felt like hours but was probably only 15 minutes, I finally worked up the courage to peek out from under my blankets. My room was exactly as I'd left it. No mysterious shadows, no figures standing in the corner, just my familiar bedroom, now seeming like the only safe place in the world. I grabbed my phone with trembling hands and turned on the flashlight. The bright beam was comforting as I slowly moved toward my window, which overlooks our front yard. I peered out, half expecting to see someone, a woman, injured or in danger, but the street was empty. No cars, no people, nothing out of the ordinary. I sat on the edge of my bed trying to make sense of what had happened. Had I imagined it? The scream had been so real, so present. It wasn't something that could be mistaken for the wind or a car braking or any other normal night sound. It was unmistakably human, a woman in terrible pain or fear. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear and I must have fallen asleep. I woke up to sunlight streaming through my window and the smell of coffee from downstairs. For a brief, blissful moment, I thought maybe it had all been a nightmare. But then I remembered the dropped plate, the scattered sandwich. There would be evidence. When I finally ventured downstairs, my mum was in the kitchen making breakfast. "You're up early," she said, smiling like it was just another normal day. No mention of broken plates or food on the floor. I looked around in confusion. The hallway floor was clean. No broken ceramic, no sandwich remains. Did you clean up something in the hallway this morning?" I asked her. She gave me a puzzled look. "No. Why?" I came down for a sandwich last night and thought I might have made a mess," I said, not wanting to mention the scream just yet. "Well, if you did, you must have cleaned it up yourself," she replied, turning back to the stove. "Floor looks fine to me." I felt a chill run down my spine. I knew I hadn't cleaned anything up. I'd been too terrified to go back downstairs after what happened. But there was no evidence of my late-night snack adventure at all. Over breakfast, I finally worked up the courage to ask, "Did either of you hear anything strange last night, like around 2:30 in the morning?" My dad lowered his newspaper. "What kind of strange?" I hesitated, then decided to just say it. A scream. A really loud scream, like a woman screaming. They exchanged glances. "We didn't hear anything," my mom said. "Are you sure you weren't dreaming?" "It woke us up when the neighbor's car alarm went off around 1, my dad added. "But it was quiet after that. We both slept straight through till morning." But I hadn't been dreaming. I know what I heard. That scream was as real as the chair I'm sitting in right now as I type this. The weirdest part came 2 weeks later. My mom got a call that her aunt, my great-aunt Linda, had passed away in her sleep at the nursing home. She was in her 90s, so it wasn't unexpected. But when my mom mentioned the time of death was estimated to be around 2:30 in the morning on that same night, I felt like the floor had dropped out from under me. I never really knew Aunt Linda well. She lived on the other side of the country, and I'd only met her a handful of times at family reunions. But my mom was close to her, and they talked on the phone regularly. Aunt Linda had been in declining health for months, suffering from heart problems and early-stage dementia. Was it her I heard that night? Was it some kind of, I don't know, spiritual moment? A premonition? I've never believed in that kind of stuff, but I can't explain what happened. The timing is too perfect to be coincidence, but too bizarre to make sense. Sometimes I wonder if Aunt Linda was trying to say goodbye, or if something else was using her passing as an opportunity to what? Scare me? Make contact? I don't know. All I know is that I heard a woman scream that night, clear as day, and no one else in my house heard it. The broken plate and scattered food vanished without explanation, and 2 weeks later, we learned a family member had died at almost the exact moment I heard that terrible sound. I still live at home while finishing college. I've gone downstairs at night many times since then, forcing myself to overcome the fear. Nothing like that has ever happened again, but I never ever close the kitchen door anymore. And sometimes when I pass through that hallway at night, I find myself holding my breath, half expecting to hear that scream again. That sound of pure anguish that nobody else heard but me. To this day, I can't explain it. And that's what scares me most of all. Story 11. I've been driving trucks for nearly 10 years now, and I've seen a lot of weird stuff on the road. You spend enough time out there, you're bound to encounter strange things. Wild animals darting across the highway, weird weather, even hallucinations when you're pushing yourself too hard. But what happened to me last October on I-70? I can't explain it. I've tried to make sense of it for months, but I just can't. I was hauling electronics from Denver to Chicago, a route I've driven dozens of times before. Nothing special about the cargo, just another job. The first half of the drive had been fine. Clear skies, decent traffic, nothing out of the ordinary. I remember stopping for dinner at this little truck stop I always hit outside of Kansas City, grabbed my usual burger and coffee. It was around 10 o'clock at night when the fog started rolling in. At first, it wasn't too bad, just patchy stuff that's normal for fall in that part of the country. But within an hour, it had gotten crazy thick. I'm talking visibility down to maybe 20 feet in front of my truck. My high beams were just bouncing back at me, making it even harder to see. I'd been on the road since 5 that morning, and I was hitting that point where my eyes were getting heavy, and I kept catching myself zoning out. Every trucker knows that feeling, when the white lines start to hypnotize you, and you jerk awake realizing you don't remember the last mile. That's when accidents happen. There was a rest area coming up, one of those smaller ones with just bathrooms and a few picnic tables, no services or anything. I decided to pull in and take a quick break. Splash some water on my face, maybe grab a 15-minute nap to refresh myself. The moment I turned off the highway, something felt different. The fog seemed even thicker in the rest area, like soup. I could barely make out the outlines of a couple other vehicles as I pulled in, though I couldn't tell if anyone was in them. I parked at the far end of the lot, away from the bathrooms, force of habit, I guess. When I shut off the engine, the silence hit me immediately. Usually at these places, even at night, you can hear the distant rumble of the highway, maybe the hum of another truck's idle, sometimes people talking, but there was nothing, just dead silence. I remember thinking it was weird, but I figured the fog was somehow muffling the sounds. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box and stepped down from the cab. The air felt wrong against my skin. Kind of heavy and damp, but also, I don't know how to describe it. Staticky, like the air before a thunderstorm, but there was no storm coming. My boots crunched on the gravel as I walked toward the restroom building. The sound seemed too loud in the quiet. I kept looking around, trying to spot anyone else, but all I could see were vague shapes of what I assumed were parked vehicles through the fog. No movement, no people. The restroom building was dimly lit, just a single flickering fluorescent tube inside that cast everything in a sickly green glow. The place was empty, thank God, but it was freezing cold inside, way colder than it should have been for an October night. I remember how my breath fogged in front of my face. I splashed some water on my face, trying to wake myself up. The water was ice cold and made my skin tingle uncomfortably. As I was drying off with a paper towel, I heard something outside, a faint sound, almost like someone whispering. I froze, listening, but it stopped. "Hello?" I called out. Nothing, just that same heavy silence. I hurried through what I needed to do and got out of there. Something about that restroom just felt wrong, like I was being watched. I know how that sounds, but I'm not usually the jumpy type. When I stepped back outside, the fog had somehow gotten even thicker. I couldn't see more than 10 feet ahead of me. I had to use my flashlight to find my way back to my truck, following the gravel path. That's when I heard it, crying, soft at first, then more distinct. It sounded like a woman somewhere off to my right, toward the woods that bordered the rest area. I stopped, sweeping my flashlight in that direction, but couldn't see anything through the fog. "Hello?" I called out again. "Someone there? You okay?" The crying stopped abruptly. Then, a few seconds later, "Help me, please." I should have gotten back in my truck. Every instinct told me to. In all my years on the road, the first rule is mind your own business, especially at night in the middle of nowhere. But the voice sounded so desperate, scared. I started walking toward where I'd heard the voice, my flashlight cutting a weak path through the fog. "Where are you?" I called. "What's wrong?" "Here," the voice answered, closer now, "by the trees." I kept walking, moving away from the parking lot and toward the tree line. The grass was wet beneath my boots, soaking through my jeans at the ankles. It was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Then my flashlight caught her, a woman standing at the edge of the trees. She was wearing what looked like a white dress, simple, like a nightgown. Her hair was long and dark, hanging around her shoulders. She was barefoot, which made no sense given how cold it was. "Are you okay?" I asked, keeping some distance between us. Something felt off about her, but I couldn't put my finger on what. "Do you need help? Is your car broken down or something?" She didn't answer my questions. Instead, she looked over her shoulder at the dark woods behind her, then back at me. "They're coming," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "You have to run." A chill ran down my spine. "Who's coming? Are you in trouble? Do you need me to call someone?" She shook her head rapidly. "There's no time. They've been waiting." I was about to ask what the hell she was talking about when I saw movement in the trees behind her. At first, I thought it was just the fog shifting, or maybe deer. But then I realized it was something else entirely. Shadows were moving between the trees, but not normal shadows. These seemed to have substance, like black smoke given form. They twisted and writhed, moving with purpose, moving toward us. I took a step back, not believing what I was seeing. "What the hell is that?" The woman suddenly grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin with surprising strength. She was ice cold to the touch, and I yanked my arm back instinctively. "They've been waiting for you," she said, her eyes wide and frantic. "They knew you would stop." That's when I decided this was more than I could handle. Whatever was going on, whether this woman was mentally ill, on drugs, or something else entirely, I needed to get back to my truck. "I'm sorry, I can't help you," I said, already backing away. "I need to go." I turned and started walking fast toward where I thought my truck was, but the fog had gotten so thick I couldn't see it anymore. My flashlight beam just disappeared into white nothingness a few feet ahead. I started to panic a little, walking faster, trying to retrace my steps. Behind me, I heard a sound that still haunts my nightmares, a kind of slithering noise, followed by what I can only describe as whispers in a language I didn't recognize. Multiple voices, all talking at once. I broke into a run, no longer caring about direction, just wanting to get away from whatever was behind me. My foot caught on something, a rock, a root, I don't know, and I went down hard, my flashlight flying from my hand. It hit the ground and went out, leaving me in near total darkness. I scrambled to my feet, disoriented, my heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't tell which way was which anymore. The fog seemed to be closing in around me, and those whispers were getting closer. Then, like a miracle, I saw the shape of my truck through the fog, maybe 30 feet away. I ran toward it, fumbling for my keys as I went. I'd just reached the driver's side door when I heard her voice again, right behind me. "Please," she begged, "don't leave me here with them." I spun around and she was there, not 3 feet away from me. In the dim light from the rest area's distant lamps, I could see her face clearly for the first time. Her eyes were completely black, like empty sockets, and her skin had a gray, waxy look to it, not like a living person at all. Beyond her, those shadow things were emerging from the trees, moving across the grass with unnatural speed. They didn't seem to have definite shapes, just masses of darkness that flowed like liquid but moved with purpose. I yanked open my truck door and climbed in, slamming it shut and locking it immediately. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The woman appeared at my window, placing her pale hands against the glass. "Please," she mouthed, those black eyes staring into mine. I started the engine and threw the truck into gear. As I began to pull away, I looked in my side mirror. The shadows had reached her. They swarmed around her like a living darkness, and as they enveloped her, she turned to face them, her expression changing from fear to something else, something almost like acceptance. Then she was gone, swallowed by the darkness, and I was accelerating through the fog back toward the highway. I drove for hours without stopping, pushing well past the point of exhaustion. The further I got from that rest area, the more I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it all, that I'd been overtired, hallucinating from lack of sleep. That happens to drivers sometimes. You see things that aren't there when you've been on the road too long. But I know what I saw. I stopped at a diner just outside of Indianapolis around dawn, desperate for coffee and human contact. While I was sitting at the counter trying to stop my hands from shaking, I overheard two other truckers talking. They were discussing routes and mentioned avoiding that same stretch of I-70 at night. 3 drivers gone missing around there in the past year, one of them said. Just disappeared. Trucks found at rest stops. Drivers nowhere to be found. I didn't stay to hear more. I got back on the road and finished my delivery in Chicago. That was 6 months ago. I still drive, but I've changed my routes. I don't take I-70 anymore, especially not at night. I don't stop at rest areas if I can help it, and never if they're deserted. Sometimes, when I'm driving through fog, I think I see her in my peripheral vision, standing on the shoulder of the road watching me pass. And sometimes, when I wake up in my sleeper berth in the middle of the night, I swear I can hear those whispers outside my truck. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know who she was or what those shadow things were, but I know they're still out there waiting at lonely rest stops for tired drivers to pull over, and I know I was lucky to get away. Story 12. I've hesitated to write this down for years. Even typing this now makes my hands shake. But after what happened last night, I need to get this out somewhere. Maybe someone else has gone through something similar. Maybe I'm not crazy. I moved into my grandfather's rental property back in 2012 when I was 13. It wasn't by choice. My parents were going through a messy divorce, and we needed somewhere affordable fast. The house was built in the 80s, nothing special, just a 2-story split into 3 separate units. We got the basement suite, which was actually pretty spacious but had these tiny windows near the ceiling that barely let in any light. The first week was normal, just unpacking, trying to adjust to the new place, dealing with my parents' drama. But then the dreams started. I'd always had nightmares as a kid, but these were different, more vivid, more real. They always featured the same 2, I don't even know what to call them, entities. The first was this middle-aged man without a head, always wearing a plain white t-shirt and black pants. The second was this thin woman, also middle-aged, with this long black hair that hung down past her waist. In the dreams, they'd just stand at the foot of my bed. Not moving, not speaking. How could the man speak without a head anyway? Just watching. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, sometimes screaming. My mom said it was just stress from the move and the divorce. My dad, during his weekend visits, suggested it was just sleep paralysis. I wanted to believe them. For about 6 months, that's all it was. Terrifying dreams that I could mostly shake off during daylight hours. Then someone broke into our unit while we were visiting my aunt for the weekend. They didn't take much, Mom's old laptop and some jewelry, but it freaked us out enough that my grandfather installed security cameras around the property. One pointed at our door, one at our small concrete patio, and one aimed at the side of the house where my bedroom window was. That's when things got worse. About a week after the cameras went up, my mom called me into her room one morning before school. She looked like she hadn't slept at all. "I need to show you something," she said, "but I don't want you to panic." She pulled up the security footage from the night before on her phone. It showed our little garden area at night. Nothing unusual at first. Then at around 2:13 a.m., a man walked into frame. He just stood there for hours, completely still, facing directly toward my bedroom window. The quality wasn't great, but he looked middle-aged, wearing dark pants and what looked like a white shirt. "Do you recognize him?" Mom asked. I didn't, but I immediately thought of the headless man from my dreams. I didn't tell her that part. We called the police, who took the footage and said they'd increase patrols in our neighborhood. They suggested it might be the same person who broke in earlier, maybe casing the place for another attempt. The next night, the camera facing my window was found on the ground, broken. My grandfather replaced it, securing it better this time. 2 nights later, it was down again, the mounting bracket completely ripped from the wall. That same night, I woke up to loud knocking on my bedroom window. 3 sharp raps, then silence, then 3 more. My window was small and close to the ceiling. Someone would need a ladder to reach it. I was frozen under my covers, too scared to move or call out for my mom. The knocking continued 3 at a time for what felt like hours until it finally stopped just before dawn. I told my mom in the morning. She didn't look surprised, just exhausted. "The doorbell rang 5 times last night," she said, "but no one was there when I checked the camera. Our dog, this calm, older golden retriever named Buddy, who never barked at anything, suddenly refused to go outside after dark. He'd plant his feet at the doorway and whine, trembling all over. If we forced him out to do his business, he'd stare fixedly at one corner of the yard, right where the man had been standing in the footage. Small things started disappearing around the house. My hairbrush would vanish from the bathroom counter, only to turn up in the kitchen drawer. Mom's car keys would migrate from the hook by the door to inside the freezer. At first, we blamed each other or our own forgetfulness, but then we started finding things arranged in patterns. 3 of my hair elastics placed in a perfect triangle on the coffee table, or all our fridge magnets lined up in size order overnight. One morning, I found all the framed family photos turned to face the wall. Mom didn't believe me when I said I hadn't done it. About 4 months after the first camera incident, I was sitting in my room doing homework when I heard a woman's voice softly call my name from the hallway. I thought it was my mum, but when I opened my door, no one was there. My mum was in the shower. I could hear the water running. The voice had sounded nothing like hers anyway. It was higher, with a weird lilting quality that made my skin crawl. I started sleeping with my lights on after that, which didn't help much but was better than the darkness. My grades were slipping because I couldn't sleep, and I was jumping at every little noise. Mom suggested I see a therapist, which I did for a few sessions, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her everything that was happening. I knew how it would sound. The worst night, before yesterday at least, happened when I was 16. I'd finally managed to fall asleep around midnight, exhausted from staying up the previous 2 nights. Something woke me up. Not a noise exactly, more like a change in the air pressure of the room. My door was slowly swinging open, even though I always kept it firmly shut and locked. I lay there, completely paralyzed with fear, but fully awake. This wasn't sleep paralysis. I could move if I wanted to. I just knew instinctively that I shouldn't, that moving would be dangerous. For an hour, I heard breathing next to my bed, slow, measured breaths like someone trying to stay quiet. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, tears leaking out and soaking my pillow. I could feel someone watching me, their gaze like a physical weight on my skin. When my alarm finally went off at 6 for school, the presence vanished and my door was closed and locked again. I convinced my mom to let me stay at a friend's house for a few nights after that. When I came back, things were quiet for a while, not gone completely. We'd still find objects moved or the occasional knock on the window, but less intense. I started to think maybe whatever it was had gotten bored with us. My mom's boyfriend moved in when I was 17, and having another person in the house seemed to help. He was a practical, no-nonsense type who explained away most of the strange occurrences. The missing items were just us being disorganized. The knocking was branches from the tree outside, though there wasn't a tree tall enough to reach my window. The security cameras kept breaking because of faulty wiring or weather damage. I almost started to believe him. Almost. But then his attitude changed after he spent a night alone in the house when Mom and I went to visit my aunt. We came home to find him pale and quiet, all his previous skepticism gone. He wouldn't talk about what happened, just said he'd heard some things and didn't want to discuss it. He moved out 2 weeks later. Other people noticed it too. Friends who came over for sleepovers would ask about the weird noises in our hallway at night. My cousin refused to stay overnight after she saw what she described as a woman's shadow standing in the corner of the guest room. Even the maintenance guy my grandfather sent over to fix our leaky faucet commented that the house had bad energy and finished the job in record time. Through it all, the dreams continued. The headless man and the long-haired woman, sometimes separately, sometimes together, always watching, never speaking. I'd gotten so used to them that they almost didn't scare me anymore, almost. Last night changed everything. I'm 20 now, still living in the same basement suite while I attend community college. Mom moved out last year to live with her new boyfriend, but I stayed because the rent is cheap and I can't afford my own place yet. Being alone in the house has been challenging, but I've adapted. I keep the TV or music playing constantly to mask any unexplained noises. I've covered all the mirrors after too many times, catching glimpses of figures standing behind my reflection. I never acknowledge the footsteps I hear pacing in the empty hallway at night. Yesterday started normally enough. I had classes until 4, came home, made dinner, and sat down to study. Around 9, I started getting that familiar feeling of being watched. The air felt heavy, charged somehow. I ignored it and kept working. The feeling intensified as the night went on, but I'd learned long ago that acknowledging it only seemed to make things worse. At midnight, I finally went to bed, double-checking all the locks as always. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I remember is waking up suddenly at 3:17 a.m. The red numbers on my clock are burned into my memory. My room was freezing cold. I could see my breath clouding in front of my face. Every hair on my body stood on end as I realized I wasn't alone. There was someone sitting at the foot of my bed, not the headless man or the long-haired woman from my dreams. This was someone new, a figure hunched over, back towards me, shoulders rising and falling with each breath. Male, from what I could tell, wearing what looked like a dark jacket. I didn't move. Didn't breathe, didn't make a sound. Part of me thought I must still be dreaming, but I knew I wasn't. This was real. This was happening. After what felt like hours, the figure slowly turned its head, just its head, body still facing away from me. It turned much further than a human neck should be able to rotate, until it was looking directly at me over its shoulder. It had no face. Where features should have been was just smooth, pale skin, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a blank oval. I must have made some small sound because it tilted its head questioningly. Then, impossibly, a thin line appeared where its mouth should be. The line stretched and stretched, widening into a grin that literally split its face in half, extending from ear to ear. In one fluid motion too fast to follow, it was suddenly on all fours on my bed, that horrible face inches from mine, that grin still spreading impossibly wider. I screamed then, finally breaking free from my paralysis. I scrambled backward, falling off the other side of the bed. When I looked up, there was nothing there. But the impression of a body was still visible on my blanket where it had sat. I grabbed my phone and keys and ran out of the house in my pajamas. I spent the rest of the night in my car in a well-lit grocery store parking lot. I'm at a coffee shop now, writing this all down while I wait for my grandfather to answer my calls. I can't go back there. I won't go back there. The thing is, all these years, I thought whatever was in that house was attached to the property, but now I'm not so sure, because as I sat shivering in my car last night, I looked up at one point to see a man standing under the parking lot lights, just standing there, staring at me. When a car drove past, blocking my view for just a second, he vanished. I'm afraid it's not the house that's haunted. I think it's me. Story 13. I still shake when I think about it. Even 5 years later, I can't explain what happened that day in my house in Elmwood. The doctors said I was lucky to be alive. The fire inspector said we all should have died. My husband says it was a miracle. I just know something happened that science can't explain. It was a Tuesday afternoon in July, hot as hell outside, around 95 degrees, and I was home alone with my animals. 6 dogs and 3 cats. One who had just given birth to 5 tiny kittens a week earlier. My husband Mike and my teenage son Tyler had gone to pick up a part for our broken lawnmower at the hardware store in the next town over. They weren't supposed to be back for at least another hour. I was in the bedroom sorting laundry with the TV on in the background. My little Yorkie, Pebbles, was curled up on the bed, watching me fold clothes. The other dogs were scattered around the house doing their own thing. The mama cat, Smokey, was nursing her babies in a box in the corner of the room, and the other 2 cats were probably hiding somewhere cool. I had an oxygen tank next to my bed. I have COPD from years of smoking. I'd been using it earlier that morning because the heat was making it hard to breathe. The tank was between the bed and the nightstand, right next to a power strip where I had my phone charger, the bedside lamp, and a little fan plugged in. I remember reaching for a stack of t-shirts when I noticed this weird flickering in the corner of my eye. At first, I thought it was the TV reflection on the wall, but when I turned around, I saw flames. Actual flames climbing up behind my bed and under the nightstand. The oxygen tank had somehow fallen over and was leaking. The power strip was melting from the heat, and together they created the perfect storm. Before I could even process what was happening, the fire had already spread to the carpet and was climbing up the bedspread. My first thought wasn't for myself, it was, oh my God, the animals. I screamed for the dogs, hoping they'd all run out the front door, but they were confused and scared. Some came running into the bedroom instead of out. The mama cat was frantic, trying to grab her babies one by one, but they were too young to move quickly. I grabbed the phone to call 911, but in my panic, I dropped it right into the flames that were now spreading across the floor. That's when I realized how bad this was. The fire department in Elmwood is volunteer only and at least 15 minutes away. By the time they got there, we'd all be dead. I could have run out. I should have run out. But I looked at all those innocent faces, my dogs whimpering, the mama cat desperately trying to protect her babies, and I couldn't leave them. I just couldn't. So I did the stupidest, bravest thing I've ever done. I started fighting the fire myself. I grabbed a half-empty cup of water from the nightstand and threw it on the flames. It did nothing. I ran to the bathroom and filled the cup again, splashing it on the burning carpet. Still nothing. The smoke was getting thicker, making it harder to breathe, especially with my COPD. I was coughing violently, but I kept going back and forth from bathroom to bedroom, throwing tiny cups of water on a fire that was growing bigger by the second. In desperation, I grabbed a pair of scissors from the dresser and started cutting out pieces of burning carpet, pulling them away from the bed. The synthetic fibers melted and stuck to my hands. The pain was excruciating, but adrenaline kept me going. I could smell my own flesh burning, but all I cared about was saving my animals. The fire was spreading to the mattress now. I pulled at the burning stuffing with my bare hands, screaming as the material melted onto my skin. My hands were covered in blisters that formed and burst in seconds. The smoke was so thick I could barely see. My lungs felt like they were filling with concrete. After what seemed like an eternity, but was probably only 10 minutes, I realized I was losing. The fire was winning. I couldn't breathe anymore. My hands were burned so badly I couldn't feel them. The room was an inferno, with flames climbing the walls and thick black smoke filling every corner. I collapsed onto what remained of the bed, where Pebbles was huddled and shaking. I pulled her close to my chest, trying to shield her tiny body with mine. I looked at the box where Smokey and her kittens were. She was still trying to move them one by one, but the smoke was getting to her too. My other dogs were barking and whining, some hiding under furniture, others pawing at the bedroom door. I knew then we were all going to die. I had failed them. I couldn't fight anymore. My lungs weren't working. My hands were ruined. The heat was unbearable. I laid my head down next to Pebbles, her little body trembling against mine, and I whispered something I've never told anyone about until now. Please, someone, anyone, if you can hear me, please don't let us die. They don't deserve this. Help us. I wasn't praying exactly. I'm not a religious person, It was more like a desperate plea to the universe, to whatever might be listening in my final moments. I closed my eyes, held Pebbles close, and waited for the end. Then I heard shouting, human voices cutting through the roar of the fire. "Susan! Susan! Where are you?" Mike and Tyler. They weren't supposed to be home for another hour. The hardware store didn't have the part they needed, so they came back early. They smelled the smoke from the driveway and ran inside. I couldn't answer them. I couldn't even move. But somehow they found me through the smoke, wrapped me in a wet blanket, and dragged me outside onto the front lawn. I remember gasping for air, the feeling of cool grass on my back, and then screaming, "The animals! Save the animals!" Tyler ran back in for the dogs while Mike tried to hold me down, but even with my burned hands and smoke-filled lungs, I broke away from him and staggered back into the house. I couldn't let my babies die. I just couldn't. The smoke was still thick in the hallway, but I could see better than before. I stumbled into the bedroom, expecting to find a raging inferno. What I saw instead has haunted me for 5 years. The fire was gone, not dying down, not smoldering, gone. Like someone had pressed a pause button on reality. The bed was half burned, the carpet was destroyed, the nightstand was a charred husk, but the flames that should have been consuming everything in sight had simply stopped. There was still plenty to burn. The other half of the mattress, the wooden dresser, the curtains. The oxygen tank was still there, which should have turned the entire room into an explosive fireball. But it was as if the fire had just decided it was done. Mike and Tyler saw it too. They stood in the doorway behind me, just staring. None of us could speak. The cats were still alive in their box. The dogs were scared but unharmed. Even little Pebbles, who had been right in the middle of the fire with me, didn't have a single burn. "What the hell?" Tyler finally whispered. I had no answer then. I still don't. The fire department arrived a few minutes later. They checked everything, looking for hot spots, making sure nothing would reignite. The fire inspector came the next day and spent hours examining the scene. "Ma'am, I've been doing this job for 27 years, he told me, scratching his head. "I can tell you exactly how this fire started. What I can't tell you is how it stopped." He showed me where the oxygen had been leaking, how it had created a perfect path for the flames to spread. He pointed to the melted power strip that had provided the ignition source. He explained how the synthetic carpet and mattress should have created a fire that would have consumed the entire house in minutes. "By all rights, you should be dead," he said bluntly. "All of you." This fire had everything it needed to keep burning: fuel, oxygen, an ignition source. Fires don't just stop burning when they have all three, but this one did. I spent a week in the hospital with 2nd and 3rd degree burns on both hands and severe smoke inhalation. The doctors said my lungs might never fully recover because of my pre-existing COPD. But I was alive. We were all alive. When I finally got home, I sat in the charred remains of my bedroom and tried to make sense of what happened. The scientific part of my brain searched for logical explanations, maybe a sudden downdraft from the AC vent, maybe some chemical reaction we didn't understand. Maybe Mike and Tyler had somehow put out more of the fire than I remembered in my oxygen-deprived state, but none of those explanations hold up. The fire inspector confirmed it. The fire had everything it needed to keep burning. It should have kept burning, but it didn't. Sometimes I think about that desperate plea I made, lying on the bed with Pebbles. "Please, someone, anyone, if you can hear me, please don't let us die." Was something listening? Did something or someone reach down and snuff out those flames? I don't know. I'll probably never know. All I know for sure is that 5 years ago in Elmwood, something impossible happened in my bedroom. A fire that should have killed me, my 6 dogs, and my 3 cats with 5 newborn kittens just stopped burning. And here I am, typing this with scarred hands that will never look normal again, but still able to pet all those animals that should have died with me that day. Sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I whisper thank you to the empty air, just in case whatever saved us that day is still listening. Story 14. I've been hesitating to share this for months now. I'm not the type who believes in the paranormal. I'm pretty skeptical about most things people claim to have seen. But what happened in our bedroom that night, I still can't explain it, and it's been driving me crazy. We moved into our new house in Oak Ridge last December. It's an older home, built in the 70s, but it had been renovated a few years back, and we fell in love with the neighborhood. Great schools for our son, quiet streets, the whole package. Nothing about the place felt off when we moved in. No weird vibes, no strange noises, nothing that would make you think twice about living there. That night in February started like any other. Our 4-year-old son, Tyler, had been going through a phase where he was afraid of monsters under his bed. Pretty normal kid stuff. Around 9:30, he came into our bedroom crying, saying he was scared to sleep alone. My wife Sarah and I were too tired to argue, so we let him climb into bed with us. He nestled between us, and we all fell asleep pretty quickly. I woke up around 3 in the morning to Tyler wiggling against me. I was lying on my side, facing the corner of our room. I opened my eyes without moving. You know how sometimes you just wake up but don't want to fully commit to being awake? That's where I was. Our bedroom was dark, but we always leave the hallway nightlight on for Tyler. The door was cracked open a bit, letting in just enough light to make out shapes in the room. That's when I noticed something in the corner, about 4 feet from where I was lying. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. There was this unusually dark patch in the corner, but this wasn't just shadow dark. It was wrong, like it was darker than the darkness around it, if that makes any sense. I focused harder on it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Then it shifted slightly, and my blood went cold. This wasn't just a shadow. It was shaped like a person, tall and unnaturally slim, standing perfectly still in the corner of our bedroom. My first thought was that someone had broken into our house. My heart started racing so hard, I was sure it would wake Sarah. I carefully moved my hands under the covers, trying not to alert whoever or whatever was standing there. We keep a baseball bat beside the bed for home security. Never thought I'd actually need to use it, and my plan was to jump up, grab it, and yell to wake Sarah while confronting the intruder. I counted in my head, 1, 2, 3. Then I lunged out of bed toward the bat. What happened next? I still struggled to find the words. The figure, this human-shaped thing, instantly changed, not like it moved or ran away. It literally transformed. In a split second, it collapsed into a perfect ball about the size of a basketball. Then it moved. No, it glided along the length of our bed, turned at a perfect right angle, and shot out through the bedroom door. All of this happened in less than a second. Like, in the time it takes to snap your fingers, this thing changed shape and left the room. The way it moved wasn't natural. It didn't walk or run. It floated, maybe 6 inches above the height of our mattress, moving in a perfectly straight line. And the color? It wasn't black like a shadow. It was like a void, like the absence of light itself. Light didn't reflect off it. Light seemed to disappear into it. I stood there, bat in hand, completely frozen. I couldn't process what I had just seen. It defied everything I understood about how the world works. People don't turn into balls and float away. It's impossible. After what felt like minutes but was probably only seconds, I managed to check my phone. The time was 2:55 a.m. I actually took a screenshot of my phone screen because I needed proof that I was awake, that this was real and not some bizarre dream. That screenshot is still on my phone. I look at it sometimes, trying to make sense of what happened that night. I checked on Sarah and Tyler. They were both sound asleep, completely undisturbed. Tyler had his little arm thrown over his eyes, the way he always sleeps. Sarah was breathing deeply, face half buried in her pillow. They looked so peaceful, so normal, while I stood there, bat in hand, feeling like I'd just glimpsed something from another world. I couldn't just go back to sleep. What if that thing came back? What if it was still in our house? I grabbed my phone for its flashlight and started searching. I checked every room, every closet, under every bed. I looked behind the shower curtain, in the basement, even in the attic. Nothing. No signs of a break-in, no doors or windows open, nothing out of place. When I finished searching, I sat on the living room couch, bat still in hand, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, but I clearly moved. I got out of bed and grabbed the bat. A hallucination? I've never hallucinated before. A trick of the light? But there wasn't enough light in the room to create that effect, and nothing explains how it moved. Eventually, I went back to our bedroom. I couldn't wake Sarah. What would I even say? Hey, I just saw a person-shaped thing turn into a ball and float out of our room. She'd think I was losing my mind. Hell, I thought I was losing my mind. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just lay there staring at that corner, bat within reach, waiting for morning. When the sun finally came up, I felt a weird mix of relief and doubt. In the daylight, the whole experience seemed less real, like maybe I had dreamed it after all. But I knew I hadn't. That screenshot on my phone reminded me that I had been awake, that what I saw had actually happened. I went through the motions that morning, making coffee, getting Tyler ready for preschool, answering work emails. I felt like I was moving underwater, disconnected from everything around me. Sarah noticed something was off and asked if I was feeling sick. I just blamed it on poor sleep. That evening, after Tyler was in bed, Sarah and I were watching TV when she casually mentioned something that made my skin crawl. I had the weirdest experience last night, she said. Around 1 a.m, I got up to use the bathroom, and when I was walking back, I thought I saw someone standing in the office. My heart practically stopped. What do you mean, someone? It was probably nothing, she said, scrolling through her phone. Just a shadow or something. It looked like a person at first, but when I looked more carefully, there was nothing there. I couldn't speak. Sarah had seen it too, or at least she'd seen something, and whatever it was, it had been in our house for hours before it appeared in our bedroom. I wanted to tell her what I'd seen, but I couldn't find the words. How do you tell someone you saw an impossible thing, that you watched a human-shaped shadow turn into a ball and float away? Even now, typing this out, it sounds completely insane. For weeks afterward, I installed extra security cameras, motion sensors, the works. Nothing unusual ever showed up on the footage. I started sleeping with the bat closer to the bed and leaving more lights on at night. Sarah thought I was being paranoid about home security after a break-in down the street, a lie I told to explain my behavior, but she went along with it. It's been 6 months now. We haven't had any other incidents, at least none that I've witnessed, but I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, eyes immediately going to that corner of the bedroom. I still sleep with one hand near the bat, and sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I get the feeling that I'm being watched. I don't know what was in our bedroom that night. I don't know if it was something supernatural or if I somehow experienced some kind of waking nightmare that coincidentally aligned with what Sarah thought she saw. All I know is that it felt real, more real than anything I've ever experienced, and the memory of it, that basketball-sized void shooting out of our bedroom, still makes my heart race. I haven't told anyone else about this until now. What would I say? Who would believe me? I barely believe it myself, but I know what I saw, and I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was, it's still out there, maybe even still in our house, watching, waiting. For what? I don't know, and that's what scares me the most. Story 15. I've been going back and forth about posting this for weeks. I'm not a writer, and I don't normally share personal stuff online, but I need to get this off my chest because it's eating me alive. Maybe someone here has gone through something similar or can make sense of what happened to me. I work the night shift at Crossroads gas station in Pinewood Junction. It's not glamorous, but the pay is decent and the hours work with my college schedule. I'm studying computer science and the tuition isn't going to pay itself. Most nights are predictable. Ring up energy drinks for truckers, restock the coolers, mop the floors, and watch YouTube to stay awake. Nothing exciting. That changed 3 weeks ago on a Tuesday night. It was mid-October and the weather had just turned cold enough that I'd started wearing my heavy jacket to work. The station sits where two county highways intersect, surrounded by nothing but pine trees and darkness. Once the sun goes down, the only light for miles comes from our fluorescent signs and the occasional headlights passing through. Around 11 that night, I was reorganizing the candy aisle when I heard tires on the gravel outside. Through the window, I saw a beat-up Honda Civic pull up to pump 3. The guy who got out looked about my age, maybe early 20s. He wore a gray hoodie and kept looking over his shoulder while pumping gas. Something about him seemed off right away. When he came inside to pay, his hands were shaking. Not like someone on drugs, more like someone scared out of their mind. He placed a 20 on the counter and asked for pump 3. "You okay, man?" I asked while making change. He glanced toward the door and lowered his voice. "I think someone's following me." My first thought was great, another paranoid customer. We get those sometimes, people who've been driving too long or mixing energy drinks with who knows what. But this guy seemed genuinely terrified. "I've been seeing the same vehicle behind me for the last 40 miles, he continued. "Every turn I make, they make. I tried pulling over twice to let them pass, but they just slow down too. I looked out at the empty lot. I don't see anyone now. I took some back roads to lose them." He ran his hand through his hair. "I'm Jake, by the way." "Alex," I replied, handing him his change. Jake leaned in closer. "If something happens to me, my name is Jake Wilson. I'm from Millerton. Tell the police I was heading to my brother's place in Greendale." That's when I started taking him seriously. "Maybe you should call the cops now." "And tell them what? That I'm being followed? They'll think I'm high." He sighed. "I'm probably just being paranoid, right?" I tried reassuring him. "Probably. But stay safe, man." Jake nodded, pocketed his change, and walked out. I watched him drive away, his taillights disappearing around the bend. I felt uneasy, but told myself it was nothing. Less than 10 minutes later, another vehicle pulled into the lot, a black SUV with tinted windows. It parked facing the exit, engines still running. The driver's door opened, and a figure in a dark hoodie stepped out. Something about the way they moved made my skin crawl. They stood there for a moment, looking around, then walked straight toward the store. As they got closer, I noticed they were wearing leather gloves despite the weather not being that cold yet. Their hood was pulled low, casting shadows across their face. When they reached the door, they didn't come inside, but instead peered through the glass, scanning the store. My heart was pounding. I remembered Jake's words about being followed, and suddenly everything clicked. This had to be the person he was talking about. The hooded figure finally entered, walking directly to the counter. I couldn't see their face clearly, but I could tell it was a man, probably in his 30s. "Evening," I said, trying to sound normal despite my racing pulse. He didn't respond immediately, just stared at me, then, "Guy in a gray hoodie, driving a Honda. Was he here?" His voice was calm, but had this underlying edge that made me instantly decide not to tell him anything. "Lot of people come through here," I said with a shrug. "Can't keep track." His gloved hand moved to his pocket, and for a terrifying moment, I thought he was reaching for a gun. Instead, he pulled out his phone, tapped the screen a few times and held it up. It was a photo of Jake, clearly taken without his knowledge. "This guy, where did he go?" I shook my head. "Sorry, haven't seen him." The man put his phone away and leaned forward slightly. "I think you're lying to me." That's when I noticed something metallic glint inside his partially open jacket, the blade of what looked like a hunting knife. My blood went cold. I subtly reached for my phone under the counter. "Look, man, I just work here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't pay attention to who comes and goes." He stared at me for what felt like forever, then turned and walked out. Through the window, I watched him return to his SUV. Instead of leaving, he just sat there, engine idling. As soon as he was out of sight, I called 911. 911, what's your emergency?" "I'm at Crossroads gas station on Highway 16, I whispered, ducking behind the counter. There's a guy in a black SUV who I think is stalking someone. He has a knife." The dispatcher took my information and told me officers were on the way. While I was still on the phone, the SUV's headlights suddenly came on and it pulled out of the lot, tires squealing. It turned in the same direction Jake had gone. "He's leaving," I told the dispatcher. "He's going after that other guy. Sir, please stay inside and lock the doors. Officers should be there in about 10 minutes. I hung up and immediately tried locking the front entrance, but our door doesn't actually lock from the inside during business hours. Company policy. All I could do was wait, wondering if I'd just witnessed the beginning of something horrible. The police arrived 15 minutes later. I told them everything. About Jake, about the man looking for him, about the knife in the SUV. They took my statement and said they would put out an alert for both vehicles, but didn't seem overly concerned. One officer suggested it might be a drug deal gone bad or some personal dispute. By the time I finished my shift at 7 in the morning, I was exhausted and on edge. The sun was just coming up as I walked to my car, casting long shadows across the parking lot. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see the hooded man waiting for me. The drive home usually takes about 20 minutes along dark country roads. That morning, I was about halfway there when I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I thought nothing of it. Other people use these roads in the morning. But then I realized the vehicle was gaining on me rapidly. As it got closer, my heart sank. Black SUV, tinted windows. I told myself it was a coincidence. There are plenty of black SUVs around. But when I made a turn onto a side road, not my usual route home, and the SUV followed, I knew it was him. My hands started shaking on the steering wheel. Why was he following me now? Did he think I knew something about Jake, or was he angry I'd called the police? I pressed the accelerator, pushing my old Toyota faster than it liked to go. The SUV kept pace easily, staying just far enough behind to not seem obvious. I tried calling 911 again, but out here, cell service is spotty at best. The call wouldn't connect. There's a diner about 5 miles ahead that's open 24/7. I decided that was my best option. Public place, people around, maybe someone could help. I drove as fast as I dared on the winding roads, constantly checking my mirror. The SUV stayed with me the whole way. When I finally saw the diner's neon sign, I nearly cried with relief. I pulled into the lot and parked right in front of the entrance, under the brightest light. The SUV slowed as it passed the entrance, then continued down the road. Inside, I collapsed into a booth by the window. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial my phone. This time, I got through to 911 and explained the situation. They said they'd send a patrol car, but it would take some time. The waitress must have noticed something was wrong because she kept bringing me coffee refills I didn't ask for and making small talk. I'm grateful for that. It helped keep me from completely losing it. After about an hour with no sign of the SUV, I thought maybe it was safe to leave. The officer who eventually showed up took my information but seemed skeptical. He offered to follow me home, which I gratefully accepted. With the patrol car behind me, I felt safe enough to head to my apartment. The officer waited until I was inside before leaving. I locked every lock, drew all the curtains, and finally collapsed on my couch. That's when I made the mistake of looking out my window. Parked across the street, partially hidden by a tree, was the black SUV. I nearly threw up. How did he know where I lived? I'd never seen this vehicle before in my life. I grabbed essential items, ran back to my car, and drove straight to my friend Mike's place. I called the police again on the way, but by the time they arrived at Mike's, there was no sign of the SUV. For the next few days, I stayed with Mike. I missed classes and called in sick to work. I was too afraid to go back to my apartment. The police increased patrols in my neighborhood but never caught sight of the mysterious stalker. A week later, thinking maybe the nightmare was over, I cautiously returned home. Everything seemed normal for 2 days. Then came the knock on my door. It was just after midnight. I froze at the sound, then crept to the peephole. Standing in the hallway was a hooded figure, the same one from the gas station. My heart nearly stopped. "I know you're in there, Alex," he called through the door. His voice was unnervingly calm. "We need to talk about what you saw. Don't make things worse for yourself." He knew my name. I called 911 silently from my bedroom, whispering my address. The operator told me to stay hidden and not engage. I heard him trying the doorknob, then a scratching sound like someone working on the lock. Just as I heard a click, sirens wailed in the distance. The sound of footsteps retreating down the hallway told me he was gone. The police searched the building but found nothing. They suggested I stay elsewhere again and file for a restraining order. Against who, I don't know, since I can't identify the man. It's been 3 weeks now. I've moved in with my parents temporarily, changed my phone number, and requested different shifts at work. I constantly look over my shoulder and check my rearview mirror. I see black SUVs everywhere. The police never found Jake or the man looking for him. Sometimes I wonder if Jake made it to his brother's place in Greendale, or if something terrible happened on those dark roads. I feel guilty, like maybe I could have done more. Last night I received a text from an unknown number. "You should have minded your own business. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to trust. All because I tried to help someone one night at a gas station in the middle of nowhere." Story 16. I've been a food delivery driver for almost 3 years now. It's not glamorous work, but it pays the bills and I can set my own hours. I usually stick to the late shifts because the tips are better and there's less traffic. After a while, you get used to the weird stuff that happens at night. Drunk college kids, lonely people who just want someone to talk to for a minute, the occasional creep. But what happened 2 weeks ago, I still can't explain it, and I honestly don't know if I want to. It was a Friday night, around 1 in the morning. I'd already been working for about 6 hours and was thinking about calling it quits when one last order popped up on my app. The delivery address was for a house in the Oakwood district. You know, that old neighborhood with all the Victorian houses on the edge of town. Most drivers avoid that area because the streets are confusing as hell, the houses are numbered weirdly, and the whole place has this reputation for being off. But the tip was good, and it was only about 15 minutes away, so I accepted it. The GPS took me down these winding roads lined with these massive old trees that blocked out most of the streetlights. I remember thinking how quiet it was out there. No cars, no people walking around, not even the sound of dogs barking, just nothing. I finally pulled up to this huge Victorian house that looked like something straight out of a horror movie. Peeling paint, overgrown garden, a porch that sagged in the middle. But the porch light was on, so I grabbed the food and headed up to the door. I knocked and waited. After about 30 seconds, I heard shuffling inside, and then the door opened just enough for me to see a woman standing there. She looked to be in her mid-50s, with this wild gray hair that hadn't been brushed in days. She was wearing this faded blue bathrobe that had stains all over it, and she smelled not great, like she hadn't showered in a while. "Delivery for Margaret," I said, holding out the bag. She took the food without saying anything, just staring at me with these bloodshot eyes. Then, as I was about to turn and leave, she suddenly grabbed my wrist. Her hand was ice cold. "Strange things happen around here," she said in this raspy voice, "especially at night." I nodded and smiled awkwardly, trying to pull my arm away without being rude. "Yeah, well, enjoy your food," I said. As I was walking back to my car, she called out from the doorway. "Be careful," she said. "Things aren't what they seem." I got back in my car and locked the doors immediately. My heart was racing, but I tried to laugh it off. Just a lonely old woman who probably watches too many horror movies, right? I marked the delivery as complete and was about to head home when another order came in. It was from an all-night diner about 10 minutes away, going to an address downtown. The tip was even better than the last one, so I figured I'd do one more delivery before calling it a night. I picked up the food from the diner without any issues. The place was empty, except for a couple of truckers at the counter. The cook looked half asleep as he handed me the order. I got back in my car and started driving toward downtown. That's when things got weird. I was at a stoplight about 5 minutes from the diner when I noticed someone standing at the side of the road. As I got closer, I realized it was the same woman from the house. Same wild hair, same dirty bathrobe. But how? I'd just seen her at her house 10 minutes ago, and this was at least 3 miles away. There was no way she could have gotten here so fast, especially on foot. Before I could process what I was seeing, she started running toward my car. I froze, my hands gripping the steering wheel. She was pounding on my window, her face pressed against the glass. "Help me! They're coming!" she was screaming. "They're going to take you too." I rolled down my window just a crack. "What are you talking about? How did you get here?" Her eyes were wild with fear. "Don't go back there. Don't let them see you again." Suddenly, there was a loud crash from behind us, the sound of glass shattering. We both turned to look, but I couldn't see what had caused it. When I looked back, the woman's expression had changed. She wasn't scared anymore. She was blank, like someone had just switched her off. "You need to go now," she whispered. "They know you saw." I didn't wait to hear more. I hit the gas and drove away as fast as I could, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel. I called the customer from the diner and made up some excuse about a family emergency, then turned off the app. I just wanted to get home. The fastest route home took me down this long stretch of road that cuts through a wooded area. No street lights, no houses, nothing but trees on either side. I was driving way too fast, constantly checking my rearview mirror. That's when I saw headlights behind me. At first, I thought it was just another car, but it was moving erratically, swerving back and forth across the road. As it got closer, I could see that the driver's door was flapping open, but I couldn't make out anyone in the driver's seat. There was a figure in the back seat, hunched over like they were looking for something on the floor. The car would speed up, getting right on my bumper, then drop back again. I pressed harder on the gas, pushing my old Honda well over the speed limit. The other car kept pace for a while, then suddenly veered off onto a dirt road that I hadn't even noticed was there. I kept driving, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. About a mile later, I saw someone standing at the side of the road. It wasn't the woman this time. It was a tall figure dressed in black, just standing there perfectly still. As I drove past, they raised an arm and pointed down the road, like they were telling me which way to go. I didn't slow down to see more. By the time I got home, I was a mess. I double-checked all the locks in my apartment and sat up watching TV until the sun came up, jumping at every little noise. I called in sick to my day job and slept with the lights on that night. For the next week, I avoided taking deliveries anywhere near that neighborhood. I stuck to the busy downtown areas where there were always people around, but the app keeps track of your acceptance rate, and if it gets too low, they can suspend your account. So when an order came in for that same address in Oakwood the following Friday, I felt like I had no choice but to accept it. I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was probably just some weird coincidence combined with my imagination running wild because I was tired. Besides, what were the chances it would be the same customer? I pulled up to the house around 11 at night. It looked different somehow, darker, more imposing. The porch light was off this time, and there were no lights visible inside. I sat in my car for a good 5 minutes, trying to work up the courage to go to the door. Finally, I grabbed the food and got out. I knocked, but no one answered. I knocked again, louder this time. Nothing. I was about to mark it as undeliverable in the app when I heard a noise coming from the back of the house. It sounded like chanting. No, that couldn't be right. It was probably just a TV or radio. I don't know what made me walk around to the side of the house instead of just leaving. Curiosity? Stupidity? Whatever it was, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The backyard was surrounded by a tall wooden fence with a gate that was slightly ajar. I pushed it open and stepped into the garden. What I saw there still doesn't make any sense. There were people, at least 6 or 7 of them, standing in a circle in the middle of the overgrown yard. They were all wearing dark clothing, and they were completely still, not making a sound. In the center of the circle was something on the ground. At first, I thought it was a pile of trash, but as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized it was a tattered blue bathrobe, the same one the woman had been wearing. I must have made a noise because one of the figures turned to look at me. I couldn't see their face clearly, but I could feel them staring at me. Then, slowly, all the others turned too. I stood there, paralyzed, as they began to move toward me in unison. I don't remember dropping the food or running back to my car. The next thing I knew, I was speeding down the road, tears streaming down my face. I kept checking my mirrors, convinced they were following me, but the road behind me was empty. I quit the delivery job the next day. I've been looking for something else, something that doesn't require me to drive around alone at night. I've told myself 100 times that there must be a logical explanation for what happened. Maybe the woman had a twin sister. Maybe the people in the garden were just having some kind of weird party. But deep down, I know better. Something is very wrong in that neighborhood. And sometimes when I'm driving at night and see someone standing at the side of the road, I get this feeling that whatever was there is still watching me, waiting for me to come back. I don't think I'll ever know what really happened that night, and honestly, I'm okay with that. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. But I'll tell you one thing. I never drive through Oakwood anymore, not even in broad daylight. And if you're smart, you won't either. Story 17. Have you never been the type to believe in ghosts? I'm pretty level-headed and usually look for the rational explanation behind strange events. That all changed about 4 months ago when I started my new job. I work as a graphic designer at a small marketing firm. The office is in this modern building. You know, the type with those colorful accent walls that are supposed to inspire creativity or whatever. It's a nice place, honestly. Big windows, open floor plan in some areas, and private offices in others. I was excited when I got the job. It was a step up from my previous position, and the team seemed cool during the interviews. For the first month, everything was normal. I was just getting into the swing of things, learning the systems, meeting clients. My boss, Mark, is this laid-back guy in his 40s who splits his time between our office and meetings at other company locations, so I often had the space to myself. It was during those alone times that I first started to notice things. It started with shadows, just quick movements I'd catch out of the corner of my eye. Nothing I could really pin down, just that feeling that something moved when nothing should have. I'd look up from my computer, convinced someone had walked past my door, but the hallway would be empty. Classic peripheral vision stuff, right? That's what I told myself. Then came that Wednesday evening, about 6 weeks into my job. I was staying late to finish a project due the next morning. The office was empty. Mark had left around 5, and I was planning to head out by 7. I was just tidying up my desk before leaving when I saw someone standing by the door to the main hallway. "Hey, forgot something," I called out, assuming it was Mark or maybe the receptionist coming back for something. But when I looked directly at the figure, it dissolved. I don't know how else to describe it. It wasn't like they ducked away or ran off. The figure literally faded like someone turning down the opacity in Photoshop. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed my stuff and practically ran to my car. I didn't even lock the office door properly, just pulled it shut behind me and booked it. All night I tried to convince myself it was just exhaustion or a trick of the light coming through the windows. The next morning, I came in early, still freaked out, but determined to prove to myself there was nothing weird going on. That's when I found all the chairs in the common area rearranged. Instead of being tucked under the conference table, they were all pulled out and positioned in a perfect circle. When Mark arrived, he stopped dead in his tracks. "Did you do this?" he asked, gesturing at the chairs. I shook my head. I thought maybe the cleaning crew. Mark frowned. "They didn't come last night. Budget cuts mean they only come Mondays and Fridays now." We both stood there staring at those chairs. Neither of us moved to fix them for a good minute. After that, small things started happening daily. I'd set my pens down on my desk, turn to get something from the printer, and come back to find them on the floor. Not just rolling off. These were pens that had been in the center of my desk, now scattered across the floor. My mouse would move slightly while my hand was off it. My monitor would be tilted at a different angle when I returned from the bathroom. I started documenting everything, keeping a log on my phone, not because I believed it was paranormal. I was still looking for patterns, for normal explanations. Maybe the building had subtle vibrations from nearby construction. Maybe the cleaning staff was coming in during odd hours after all. Then came the day. That's how I think of it now, with capital letters. It was a Thursday in December, snowing outside. Mark, our colleague Sarah from accounting, and I had gone to lunch together at this Thai place down the street. We were gone maybe an hour. When we got back, the entire office felt wrong. It was freezing cold, like walking into a refrigerator. And I mean cold, not just chilly. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. "Did someone leave a window open?" Sarah asked, rubbing her arms. But all the windows were closed and locked. They had to be. It was 20 degrees outside with snow coming down hard. Then we saw the mess. Papers, drawings, project briefs. Everything that had been neatly organized on desks and in folders was scattered across the floor. Pens and pencils were everywhere, like someone had swept them off every surface. My coffee mug was turned upside down on my keyboard, but completely empty, no spill. Mark looked pale. Maybe someone broke in, but nothing was missing. Not the computers, not the tablets, not even the petty cash box in the unlocked drawer of the reception desk. And how would a burglar get in and out without being seen in our keycard access building with security cameras in the lobby? Since I was the lowest on the totem pole, I volunteered to clean up while Mark checked with building security and Sarah called maintenance about the temperature. As I was gathering papers off the floor, I felt it, a distinct tap on my right shoulder. 3 quick taps, like someone trying to get my attention. I spun around, expecting to see Mark or Sarah, but there was nobody there. The office door was still closed. I was completely alone. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid even as I said it. Nothing, just the hum of the heating system that had finally kicked back on. I went back to picking up papers, trying to ignore how badly my hands were shaking. Then it happened again. Tap, tap, tap. This time on my left shoulder, I jumped up so fast I banged my knee on the desk, swearing loudly. Sarah came running in. "Are you okay?" I heard you yell. "Did you just tap me on the shoulder?" I asked, already knowing the answer. She looked confused. What? No, I was on the phone with maintenance in the break room. I must have looked as freaked out as I felt because she stayed to help me clean up the rest of the mess. Neither of us mentioned how the papers seemed to be arranged in specific patterns on the floor, not like they'd just fallen randomly. When Mark came back from talking to security, who had seen nothing unusual on their cameras, I finally worked up the courage to ask him directly. "Has anything strange ever happened here before?" He studied me for a long moment before sighing. "You mean, besides what happened today?" I nodded. "The designer who had your position before you quit after 3 months said they couldn't work here anymore. Too scared, they said." "Scared of what?" I pressed. Mark shrugged, but I could tell he was holding back. "Look, old buildings have their quirks. This building is only 7 years old," I pointed out. That's when he finally admitted it. Yes, he'd experienced things too. Footsteps when he was alone, items moving on their own. Once he swore he heard someone call his name clearly while he was working late, but there was no one else in the office. "I think this place has a resident," he said carefully, like he was testing how crazy I'd think he was. "But whatever it is, it's never hurt anyone. Just seems to want attention sometimes. Since the day, things have ramped up even more. The tapping on my shoulder happens at least once a week now. I've learned not to react. It just seems to encourage whatever it is. My computer turns on by itself sometimes before I get in. Files save with names I didn't give them. Last week I found all my desktop icons had been rearranged to form a smiley face. The strangest part, I'm not scared anymore. Startled sometimes, sure, but not terrified like I was at first. It's almost like having an invisible, somewhat mischievous co-worker. Yesterday, I was struggling with a design concept, getting frustrated after hours of nothing working right. I finally gave up and went to get coffee. When I came back, there was a doodle on my notepad that definitely wasn't there before. just a simple sketch of the logo I was working on, but arranged in a way I hadn't considered. And you know what? It actually worked better than what I'd been trying. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts now. Maybe there's still some logical explanation for all of this. Maybe the building has weird air currents or electromagnetic fields that mess with perception. Or maybe I'm just losing my mind from stress. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the office and I feel that familiar tap on my shoulder, I find myself saying thanks out loud if something helpful happens, or cut it out when the entity is being annoying. And occasionally, just occasionally, I swear I can hear a faint laugh in response. Mark says the spirit or whatever it is was here long before the building, that maybe it was attached to the land or to something brought into the office. Sarah thinks it might be a former employee who passed away, though she can't find any records of deaths associated with the company. Me, I'm still documenting everything, still looking for patterns. All I know for sure is that 2 days ago, I found a sticky note on my monitor that I definitely didn't write. It had a single word on it: stay. I should probably be terrified. I should probably quit like my predecessor did, but instead, I'm just curious. Whatever is sharing this office with us doesn't seem malevolent, just lonely maybe, like it just wants to be acknowledged. So for now I'm staying. I've even started leaving out an extra pen on my desk each night, just to see if it'll be moved by morning. It always is. Story 18. I never thought I'd be writing about this. It's been 6 years, but I still wake up in the middle of the night sometimes, convinced I hear footsteps coming from a part of my apartment where no one should be. I've tried therapy, meditation, even moved 3 times since it happened, but nothing helps. I guess writing it down might be worth a shot, even though I'm not sure anyone will believe me. I used to work at this place called Lou's Diner in Riverdale. It was nothing special, just your typical greasy spoon with red vinyl booths, flickering fluorescent lights, and the perpetual smell of burnt coffee. The kind of place where the menus are sticky, no matter how many times you wipe them down. I took the overnight shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., because it paid $1 more per hour and I was saving up for community college. The graveyard shift at Lou's had its own rhythm. Around midnight, we'd get the bar crowd stumbling in, looking for something greasy to soak up the alcohol. Between 1 and 3, it was mostly truckers stopping off the interstate. After 3, usually just a handful of insomniacs who wanted somewhere to exist besides their empty apartments. I knew all the regulars by name, their orders, their stories, which ones tipped well and which ones I needed to watch. That Thursday in early November started like any other shift. It was particularly cold that night, and fog had settled over town, the kind that makes the streetlights look like they're underwater. I remember thinking the diner looked like a fish tank glowing in the dark as I walked across the parking lot for my shift. The night was slow, even for a Thursday. By 2:30, even the truckers had cleared out. I was wiping down the counter when I heard the bell above the door jingle. I didn't look up right away, just grabbed a menu and a coffee mug like I always did. When I did look, I immediately wished I hadn't. He stood just inside the doorway, completely still, tall and thin, unnaturally thin, like someone had stretched a person vertically. He wore a brown jacket that looked like it belonged in the 70s, with wide lapels and these weird elbow patches. His face is what got me, though. It was gaunt, with skin that seemed too tight across his cheekbones. His eyes were deep-set and cold, almost colorless, and his mouth was just this thin, pale line, like someone had drawn it on as an afterthought. I called out, "Sit anywhere you like," but my voice sounded strange, even to me. He didn't respond, just stared at me for what felt like forever before gliding, and I mean gliding, not walking, to the booth farthest from the door, in the back corner. I gave him a minute to settle, trying to shake off the weird feeling crawling up my spine. Lou always said customer service meant treating everyone the same, no matter how they made you feel. So I grabbed my notepad and approached his booth. "Coffee?" I asked, holding up the pot. "Nothing." He stared at the empty seat across from him, not acknowledging me at all. I stood there awkwardly, shifting my weight from one foot to the other. I was about to walk away when he finally spoke. "I'm waiting for someone." His voice was barely audible, like sandpaper against stone. "They'll be here soon." The way he said it made my skin crawl. It wasn't a casual comment. It felt like a warning, like he was telling me to prepare myself. "Okay, well, can I get you anything while you wait?" I asked, trying to sound normal. He slowly turned his head to look at me directly for the first time. "Just time," he said. Then he turned back to stare at the empty seat. I retreated to the counter where I could keep an eye on him. He didn't move, didn't check his phone, didn't look at the menu, just sat there, staring at the empty seat across from him. Around 3 a.m., my only other customer, a regular named Bill who always ordered rye toast and decaf, paid his bill and left. That's when I realized it was just me and the strange man in the diner. Our cook, Hector, had gone home early with the flu, so there wasn't even anyone in the back, just me and this man who wouldn't stop staring at an empty seat. I busied myself with mindless tasks, refilling salt shakers, wiping down tables that were already clean, anything to avoid looking in his direction, but I could feel his presence like a physical weight in the room. At exactly 3:17, I remember, checking the clock, the bell above the door jingled. I looked up, relieved that someone else was coming in, but the door didn't open. The bell just rang, clear as day, but nobody entered. "They're here," the man announced, his voice suddenly louder and clearer than before. I froze, dish rag in hand, as the air in the diner seemed to thicken. The fluorescent lights overhead began to flicker, creating a strobe effect that made everything seem jerky and wrong. The refrigerator behind the counter started making this high-pitched whine that hurt my ears. For the first time since he'd entered, the man smiled. I wish to God he hadn't. His lips pulled back way too far, revealing teeth that were unnaturally sharp. Not like vampire movie sharp, worse than that. They were jagged and uneven, like broken glass, and there were too many of them, crowded together in a mouth that suddenly seemed wider than his face should allow. The lights went out completely, not gradually, just blink, total darkness. The emergency lights should have come on, but they didn't. The only illumination came from the exit sign above the door, casting everything in a sickly red glow. That's when I heard the footsteps. They came from behind the kitchen door, slow, deliberate steps that didn't sound quite right, too heavy, with a weird, dragging quality, like something being pulled across the floor between steps. But the kitchen door was locked from the inside. I had locked it myself after Hector left. There shouldn't have been anyone back there. "They've been waiting a long time," the man said, his voice somehow right in my ear, despite him still being in the booth. "So very hungry after all this time." I dropped the dish rag and ran for the front door. I grabbed the handle and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, rattling it in its frame. It felt like it was locked from the outside, which was impossible. Those doors only locked with a key, and the key was in my pocket. Behind me, the man chuckled softly. "They're here," he repeated, "and they've been so patient." The footsteps stopped. I could feel something watching me from the darkness of the kitchen area, not just watching, assessing. I could feel its hunger like a physical sensation on my skin. I was crying now, still yanking at the door, praying for it to open. The bell above the door jingled again, mocking me, and suddenly the door gave way. I nearly fell face first onto the sidewalk outside. I didn't look back. I sprinted to my car, fumbling with my keys. As I was unlocking my door, I made the mistake of glancing back at the diner. Through the fog, I could see the man standing at the window. That impossible smile stretched across his face. But it wasn't just him anymore. There were shapes behind him. Tall, thin shapes that seemed to bend in ways that bodies shouldn't. I couldn't see them clearly through the fog and darkness, and for that, I'm grateful. I drove home doing 70 in a 30 zone, ran into my apartment, and locked every window and door. I called in sick the next day, and the next. On the third day, Lou called me asking where I was. I quit over the phone, told him I was moving. He was angry, said I was leaving him short-staffed, but nothing could have gotten me back into that diner. A week later, I drove past Lou's during daylight hours. It looked completely normal. People eating breakfast, Lou himself visible behind the counter. For a moment, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing, but I didn't go back to work. I picked up shifts at a coffee shop across town, one that closed at 9 p.m. I started community college the next semester, just like I'd planned. Life went on. Sometimes I think about looking up that diner, seeing if there's any history there, any stories about strange happenings, but I'm afraid of what I might find, or worse, what I might not find. No record of anything unusual, nothing to validate what I experienced. I still don't drive at night if I can help it. When I have to, I avoid empty streets and never ever stop at 24-hour establishments. I check my rearview mirror constantly, looking for a tall figure in a brown jacket, and I always listen for footsteps that sound just a little bit wrong. The thing that bothers me most, the thing I can't explain. When I got home that night and finally stopped shaking enough to take off my jacket, I found something in my pocket that wasn't mine, a small yellowed business card with nothing on it but a date, November 3rd, 1973, exactly 40 years before that night at the diner. I threw it away immediately, but sometimes I swear I can feel it, like a physical weight in my pocket, reminding me that whatever came for that man that night might someday come for me too. And the worst part? Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I hear my doorbell ring, but there's never anyone there. Story 19. I've been a Chicago PD officer for 11 years now. My partner Gary and I worked the West Side beat, which was tough but manageable. What happened last December, though, I still can't make sense of it. It was December 18th, 2019, a Wednesday. One of those bitter Chicago winter nights where the wind cuts right through your uniform. Gary and I had just finished our coffee break around 9:30 when dispatch called in a weird one. A 911 call traced to West Warren Boulevard, in one of those neighborhoods the city basically forgot about after the factories closed. The caller had just whispered, "He's here, he's inside," before hanging up. Normally we'd get more info, but that was it. The dispatcher sounded confused too, saying the call came from a landline, not a cell. Who even has landlines anymore, right? We headed over, and man, this neighborhood was dead. I mean literally no lights, no cars, nothing. Most of the houses were boarded up with those city condemnation notices. Gary was bitching about having to check it out, saying it was probably kids messing around. Probably some teenagers broke into one of these dumps to drink or something, he said, shining his flashlight across the row of empty houses. Called 911 on a dare. But something felt off from the moment we pulled up. The temperature display in our cruiser dropped from 28 to 17 degrees in like 30 seconds. I remember because Gary mentioned it, saying the car's thermometer must be broken. We parked in front of the address dispatch gave us, 2187 West Warren. It was this old Victorian-style house, 2 stories, probably built in the 1920s. Unlike the other buildings, it wasn't boarded up, it just looked forgotten. The paint was peeling, but the windows were intact, no graffiti, which was weird for an abandoned property in this area. As we approached, our radios started making this static sound. Gary banged his against his palm, cursing. "Piece of junk department equipment," he muttered. That's when we noticed the front door was cracked open about an inch. Not broken in, just open, like someone had just walked in and hadn't closed it properly. "Hello? Chicago police," I called out, one hand on my holstered weapon. No response. Gary looked at me with that expression that said he thought this was bullshit, but we had to check it out anyway. "Let's make it quick, James. I've got plans tonight." I pushed the door open with my foot. The hinges made this high-pitched squeal that set my teeth on edge. The smell hit us immediately, that musty, stale air smell, but with something underneath I couldn't place, almost like wet copper. Our flashlights cut through the darkness inside. The living room was mostly empty except for some old furniture covered with white sheets. Everything was coated in a thick layer of dust, except, and this is where it gets weird, there was a clear path through the dust on the floor like someone had been walking through recently. "Check this out," I whispered, pointing my light at the floor. Gary nodded. suddenly serious. Someone's definitely been here. We moved further in, checking the first floor rooms. Kitchen was empty, cabinets hanging open. Dining room had an old table with 4 chairs, also draped in sheets. Nothing unusual except for those paths in the dust. Our radio crackled again, making both of us jump, just static, then silence. Dispatch, this is Unit 23. We're at the location on West Warren. Radio's acting up. Anyone copy? Gary tried. Nothing but more static. Cell service? I asked, pulling out my phone. No bars. Same, Gary said, looking at his screen. Let's just clear this place and get out. That's when we heard it. A soft thump from upstairs. Just once. Could have been anything. Old houses make noises, right? But we both froze, eyes locked on the staircase at the end of the hall. Hello? Police? Anyone up there? I shouted, my voice sounding smaller than I wanted. No response, but I swear the air got colder. We approached the staircase, wooden steps creaking under our weight. My flashlight beam showed more of those clean paths in the dust going up the stairs. I'll go first, I said. Gary nodded, keeping his light trained ahead. Each step felt heavier than the last. The wood groaned beneath us like it was in pain. When we reached the landing, we saw a hallway with 4 doors, 3 open, 1 closed at the far end. We checked the open rooms first. 2 empty bedrooms and a bathroom. Nothing but dust and cobwebs. No signs anyone had been inside them. That left the closed door at the end of the hall. You see that? Gary whispered, pointing. A thin line of yellow light showed at the bottom of the door. Not bright, more like candlelight. I tried the radio again, nothing but static. Louder now, almost like voices whispering just below comprehension. Gary and I approached the door, weapons drawn now. I nodded to him and he positioned himself on one side while I took the other. Chicago police, open the door, I called out, trying to sound authoritative despite my racing heart. No response. I tried the handle, unlocked. I pushed it open slowly, leading with my weapon and flashlight. The room was different from the others. It had a wooden chair in the center, facing away from the door toward a wall with peeling wallpaper. Sitting in the chair was the silhouette of a person, just sitting there, completely still. The only light came from a single candle on the floor beside the chair. Sir, ma'am, are you all right? I called out. The figure didn't move. Gary and I exchanged glances. Something was very wrong. The air in this room felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. Police, turn around slowly, Gary ordered. Nothing. We moved into the room, splitting to approach from both sides. As my flashlight beam swept the walls, I noticed weird markings scratched into them. Not graffiti, they looked like symbols or letters from some alphabet I didn't recognize. I was about 10 feet from the chair when I got my first real look at the person. It was a man, wearing what looked like an old suit, maybe from the 1950s. His hair was black and slicked back. His hands rested on his knees, perfectly still. Sir, we're responding to a call. Are you okay? I asked, moving closer. Gary was on the other side now. James, I don't like this. Something's off. The man still hadn't moved, hadn't even seemed to breathe. Gary approached from the front and shined his light directly on the man's face. I'll never forget what we saw. The man's eyes were open, but they weren't... Right, they were completely black, no whites, no iris, just empty sockets that seemed to swallow the light. His skin was pale gray, like something that had been underwater too long. Gary stumbled back. What the fuck? That's when I made the mistake of touching the man's shoulder. Just a light tap with my flashlight. The sound that came next will haunt me forever. A wet, crackling noise like breaking celery stalks, but louder. The man's head slowly rotated toward me, but not his body, just his head, turning too far, like an owl. I heard vertebrae popping and grinding. When his face turned to me, that's when I saw the mouth. It split into a grin that stretched literally from ear to ear, filled with jagged, needle-like teeth. The black eyes fixed on me, and I swear to God they got deeper, like looking into holes that went straight to hell. Officer. The thing whispered, in a voice that sounded like multiple people talking at once. "Thank you for coming. I don't remember much after that. I know I backed up fast, tripping over something and falling. Gary was already at the door, yelling for me to run. The thing in the chair started to stand, but wrong, like a marionette being pulled up by strings, limbs jerking and popping. We bolted down those stairs faster than I've ever moved in my life. The front door, which we'd left wide open, was now closed. Gary hit it with his shoulder at full speed, and it burst open into the night air. We didn't stop running until we reached our cruiser. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking so bad I could barely get them in the ignition. As we pulled away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. There was a figure standing in the doorway of the house, still as a statue, watching us go. The radio suddenly came back to life, blaring so loud we both jumped. Just random bursts of static and fragments of voices. We drove straight back to the precinct. Neither of us said a word the whole way. When we got there, Gary went straight to the bathroom and threw up. I sat at my desk, staring at nothing, trying to make my hands stop shaking. Here's the really fucked up part. When we tried to file our report, the sergeant looked at us like we were crazy. He pulled up the dispatch log. No 911 call from West Warren. Nothing. According to the system, we weren't even assigned to that area that night. I insisted, so he looked up the address. According to city records, 2187 West Warren Boulevard doesn't exist. Never has. There's a 2185 and a 2189, but no 2187. Gary put in for a transfer the next day, got moved to the north side within a week. We haven't talked since. I drove by that neighborhood a month later in daylight. I had to know. The house was there, exactly like we'd seen it, except all the windows were boarded up, like they had been for years. The front door had a heavy padlock on it. I asked around the neighborhood. Found this old guy who's lived there 40 years. When I mentioned the house, he just stared at me for a minute, then said, "Nobody goes in there, not since the 50s. He wouldn't say more, just shook his head and walked away. I still work this beat. Still drive past that street sometimes, though I never stop. Sometimes I think I see a light in the upstairs window, just for a second. Sometimes my radio cuts out when I'm nearby. I never filed an official report. Who would believe it? But I know what we saw. I know something is in that house, something that called us there on purpose. And sometimes late at night when I'm alone in my apartment, I hear my phone ring once before going silent, and I wonder if it's trying to call me back. Story 20? I still get chills thinking about what happened that summer day back in 1998. I was 8 years old, staying at my grandmother's house in Glastonbury, Connecticut for a few weeks during summer break. It was one of those picture-perfect New England neighborhoods. Old colonial homes with manicured lawns, kids riding bikes, the town green just a block away where they'd have concerts on Sunday afternoons, the kind of place where nothing bad ever happens. My grandmother's house was this massive Victorian thing, probably built sometime in the early 1900s. 3 stories with a wraparound porch, lots of little rooms and hallways that seemed to go nowhere. My parents would drop me and my younger brother off there for a couple weeks every summer while they took their adult vacation. I used to love it there until that day. It was a Wednesday afternoon, bright and sunny, around 2 or 3 o'clock. I remember because my favorite cartoon had just ended and I was bored out of my mind. My little brother was napping and Grandma was in her sewing room working on one of her projects. I decided to go outside and look for some neighborhood kids to play with. The backyard was this huge space with old oak trees and a garden where Grandma grew these weird herbs I'd never seen anywhere else. She had this whole section with plants that she told me never to touch because they were special. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was tossing a tennis ball against the side of the garage, just killing time, when I decided to go around to the front yard to see if anyone was out playing. Our front yard had this white picket fence around it, not very tall, maybe 3 feet high, just enough to mark the property line. There was a gate that squeaked when you opened it, which always annoyed Grandma. As I rounded the corner of the house, I stopped dead in my tracks. There, standing in the middle of our front yard, was what I can only describe as a wolf. but not a normal wolf. This thing was huge, easily the size of a Great Dane, maybe bigger. Its fur was the deepest black I've ever seen, like it was absorbing the sunlight around it. And its eyes, God, those eyes. They were glowing red, not like reflection or anything natural, but actually emitting light, like two red spotlights staring directly at me. The most terrifying part was how still it was. It wasn't moving at all, not breathing that I could see, not blinking, nothing, just standing there, staring at me like it had been waiting for me to come around that corner, like it knew I was coming. I can't even describe the fear that went through my body. It was this primal, deep-in-your-gut terror, like my entire body was screaming at me to run. So I did. I bolted back around the corner of the house, heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I ran to the back porch and stood there gasping for breath, trying to process what I'd just seen. The weird thing is, after about 15 seconds, curiosity started to override my fear. I kept thinking, that can't be real. Wolves don't have red eyes, and there aren't any wolves in Connecticut, especially not in a suburban neighborhood in the middle of the day. I convinced myself I must have seen a big black dog, and the red eyes were just my imagination or a trick of the light. So I slowly crept back around the side of the house, staying close to the wall. When I peeked around the corner, the front yard was completely empty. The wolf was gone. Just gone. And that's when I really started to get freaked out, because it didn't make any sense. The fence surrounded the entire front yard. The gate was still closed. I could see it from where I was standing, and that gate made that awful squeaking noise whenever it opened. There's no way a massive wolf could have jumped that fence without making any noise or drawing attention. Several of our neighbors were out on their porches or working in their yards. Someone would have noticed a giant black wolf running down the street. I checked every inch of that front yard, looking for some sign of the creature. Paw prints in the dirt, fur caught on the fence, anything. There was nothing. It was like it had never been there at all, except I knew what I saw. I ran inside and tried to tell Grandma, but she just smiled this weird smile and told me I had an active imagination and to go play somewhere else. Something about her reaction seemed off, like she wasn't surprised or concerned at all. She changed the subject immediately and asked if I wanted to help her with dinner. I might have convinced myself it was just my imagination if not for what happened a few days later. My brother and I were playing hide and seek inside the house because it was raining. Grandma's house was perfect for that game. Tons of little nooks and crannies, closets and crawl spaces. I was it and was looking for my brother upstairs. The upstairs of Grandma's house was even weirder than the downstairs. There was this room at the end of the hall that had stained glass windows and these old wooden pews. Grandma called it her chapel and would sometimes sit in there for hours with candles lit, mumbling to herself. We weren't allowed to go in there, but sometimes I'd peek through the keyhole and see her sitting in front of this altar with strange symbols carved into it. Anyway, my brother and I were upstairs, and we were just about to head back down to the first floor when we both stopped on the stairs. Standing at the top of the staircase was what I can only describe as the Grim Reaper, a tall, dark figure in a black hooded robe. I couldn't see a face inside the hood, just darkness, but I could feel it staring directly at us. For what felt like an eternity, we just stood there, frozen. Then, without making a sound, the figure turned and walked into my grandmother's bedroom on the left. My brother and I looked at each other, both of our faces white as sheets. We didn't say anything. We didn't have to. We knew we'd both seen it. We ran down those stairs faster than I've ever moved in my life and didn't stop until we were outside on the front porch, both of us breathing hard and trying not to cry. When we finally caught our breath, my brother whispered, "You saw that too, right?" All I could do was nod. We decided to stay outside until our parents came to pick us up that evening. We never told them what happened. We tried to tell Grandma, but she just got this strange look on her face and said, "This house has been here a long time. It has its own friends." That was the last summer we stayed at Grandma's house. I made up excuses every year after that. Summer camp, sports practice, anything to avoid going back there. My parents thought I was just getting too old for spending summers with Grandma. But the truth was, I couldn't bear the thought of encountering that wolf or the hooded figure again. I'm 25 now, and I still think about those incidents all the time. Grandma passed away 3 years ago, and my parents had to clean out her house. They found some really strange stuff. Books in languages they didn't recognize, jars filled with things they couldn't identify, and a locked chest in her bedroom that they couldn't open. They ended up selling most of it at an estate sale. After the funeral, my aunt, my mom's sister, pulled me aside and asked if I'd ever seen anything unusual at Grandma's house. When I hesitated, she told me that Grandma had been involved in what she called the old ways since before my mom was born. She wouldn't elaborate much, but she hinted that Grandma practiced some form of witchcraft or black magic. According to my aunt, Grandma had connections to things most people don't understand. That conversation opened up a whole new set of questions for me. Was the wolf some kind of familiar or entity she had summoned? Was the hooded figure a spirit or demon she communicated with? I've spent countless hours researching folklore about black wolves with red eyes, but nothing quite matches what I saw. The thing that disturbs me most is the timing of it all. Why did these entities show themselves to me and my brother? Were they trying to warn us about something? Or was Grandma trying to introduce us to her friends for some purpose I don't want to think about? I've tried to convince myself it was just my childhood imagination running wild, but I can't. The image of that wolf is seared into my memory, the unnatural stillness of it, those glowing red eyes that seemed to look through me rather than at me, and the way it vanished without a trace in a completely enclosed space in broad daylight. Sometimes I dream about it. In the dreams, the wolf speaks to me, but I can never remember what it says when I wake up. Just the lingering feeling that it was important, that there was something I was supposed to understand. I drove past Grandma's old house last month. New people live there now, a young couple with a little girl about the age I was that summer. I almost stopped to warn them, but what would I say? Watch out for the demonic wolf and the grim reaper that might be living in your house. They'd think I was crazy, but I worry about that little girl. I wonder if she's seen anything yet. I wonder if she will. The most frustrating thing is that I'll probably never know what it all meant. With Grandma gone, there's no one left who might have answers. All I have are these fragmented memories and the certainty that what I saw was real. Not a hallucination, not an overactive imagination. Something that existed in our world but shouldn't have. Something that could appear and disappear at will, breaking all the rules of physical reality. I still can't drive past a wooded area at night without scanning the tree line for glowing red eyes. I still can't walk up a staircase without glancing nervously at the top, half expecting to see that hooded figure waiting for me. And I still can't shake the feeling that someday, when I least expect it, I'll turn a corner and find myself face to face with that wolf again. And this time, it might not just stand there staring at me. Story 21. I still have trouble sleeping at night. It's been about 3 months since what happened at Jake's cabin, but honestly, it feels like it was yesterday. I keep the lights on now. I can't stand the dark anymore, not after what we saw in those woods. This all started back in June when I was planning a solo road trip to clear my head after a really rough breakup. I'd been with Sarah for 4 years, and when she left, I just needed to get away. I posted something on Facebook about my plans, and that's when Jake reached out. We'd been close friends in college, but lost touch over the years. You know how it goes. He messaged me saying he had this cabin along Highway 47 that his uncle left him, and I should stop by for a few days. I hadn't seen him in maybe 6 or 7 years, but I figured why not? It seemed perfect. Somewhere quiet to regroup. Highway 47 cuts through some of the most isolated woodland you can imagine. I remember my GPS signal getting spotty about an hour after I turned off the main interstate. Jake had sent me these really specific directions, which I'd written down just in case. 3rd unmarked gravel road after mile marker 84, then follow it until you see the fallen oak across the path, turn right at the fork after that. That kind of stuff. It seemed excessive at the time, but when I was actually driving there, I was grateful for the detail. I arrived around 4 in the afternoon. The sun was still up, but the trees were so thick that it seemed darker than it should have been. Jake was waiting on the porch of this rustic cabin. Nothing fancy, just a small 2-bedroom place with a generator for power and well water. He looked different, thinner than I remembered, with this weird intensity in his eyes, but I chalked it up to not seeing him for years. People change. "Daniel, you made it," he said, giving me this big hug that felt almost desperate. "I was worried you might turn around when the road got rough." We spent that first evening catching up. He told me he'd been living at the cabin full-time for about 8 months. His IT job had gone remote after COVID, and he said he needed to get away from the noise. I remember thinking that was a bit extreme, but I didn't say anything. He seemed jumpy, constantly looking out the windows as it got dark. But again, I just assumed it was from living alone in the woods for so long. That first night, I noticed how unnaturally quiet it was. I've been camping plenty of times, and forests usually have sounds, insects, animals, wind in the trees. But here, nothing, just this heavy silence that made my ears ring. When I mentioned it, Jake just shrugged and said, "You get used to it." But the way he said it felt off, like he was trying to convince himself as much as me. I woke up in the middle of that first night feeling like someone was watching me. The window in my room faced the trees, and I swear I saw movement out there, not like an animal, but something tall shifting between the trunks. I told myself it was just branches in the wind, but there was no wind. I barely slept after that. In the morning, Jake was acting weird. He kept pacing and checking his watch. When I asked if everything was okay, he just said he had work stuff to deal with and disappeared into his room. I decided to make myself useful and went outside to chop some firewood I'd seen stacked against the cabin. That's when I first felt it. This overwhelming sensation that I was being observed from every direction. The hairs on my neck stood up and my stomach knotted. I tried to shake it off, but it was so intense I had to go back inside. Jake wasn't in his room or anywhere in the cabin. His laptop was still on the table, screen open to his email, but he was gone. I called out for him, checked the bathroom, even looked in the small shed out back. Nothing. His car was still parked next to mine, so he couldn't have gone far. I waited about an hour before I started to worry. It wasn't like there were neighbors to check with. The closest house was miles away, according to Jake. I decided to look for him in the woods surrounding the cabin. I grabbed a water bottle and my phone, though I had 0 bars, and headed out. The forest seemed to swallow all sound as I walked. My footsteps were muffled in the thick layer of pine needles, and my calls for Jake seemed to die just feet from my mouth. I had this growing sense of dread with every step, like I was walking deeper into something I couldn't understand. About 20 minutes in, I heard it, a faint sound like humming or chanting. It was so quiet I thought I imagined it at first, but when I stopped moving, it was definitely there. It seemed to be coming from deeper in the woods, away from the direction of the cabin. Against every instinct telling me to turn back, I followed it. The trees got thicker and older looking the farther I went. I was trying to keep track of my path, but everything started looking the same. The humming grew slightly louder, and then suddenly, I came into a small clearing. In the center was another cabin, but nothing like Jake's. This one was ancient, the wood blackened with age and decay. The roof had partially collapsed, and the door hung from a single hinge. But what really made my blood run cold were the symbols carved into every available surface. They covered the outer walls, the door frame, even the ground around the cabin in a perfect circle. They weren't any language I recognized, just jagged, angular marks that somehow hurt my eyes to look at directly. I knew I should leave. Everything in me was screaming to turn around, but Jake might be in there, and I couldn't just abandon him. I approached the door, stepping carefully over the symbols etched into the dirt. The humming was definitely coming from inside, along with a faint pulsing light. "Jake?" My voice sounded weak and foreign. "Are you in there?" No response, but the humming briefly faltered before continuing. I pushed the door open wider, wincing at the loud creak of the hinge. The inside was a single room with a dirt floor. Candles were placed in a circle, their flames an unnatural bluish color. And in the center, sitting cross-legged with his back to me, was Jake. Jake, what the hell, man? I've been looking all over for you. He didn't move or acknowledge me. As I stepped closer, I realized he was the source of the humming, but his voice sounded wrong, like multiple people speaking through him at once. I put my hand on his shoulder. Jake, come on, this isn't funny. When he turned, I nearly screamed. His eyes were completely black, no whites visible at all, and there were those same symbols from outside, drawn on his face in what looked horribly like dried blood. "They've been waiting for you, Daniel," he said, his voice still that terrible chorus of sounds. "They knew you'd come looking." I stumbled backward. "Who?" "Jake, what's happening to you?" "The forest has always been alive," he said, smiling in a way that wasn't his smile. "It needs new vessels, new homes. I brought you here for them." That's when I noticed the shadows in the corners of the cabin weren't behaving like shadows should. They were moving independently of any light source, stretching and contracting like living things, and they were growing, spreading across the walls toward us. I grabbed Jake's arm. "We need to go, now." But he wouldn't move, just kept staring at me with those black eyes. The shadows reached the edge of the candle circle and stopped, as if held back by some invisible barrier. Jake's humming grew louder, and I could have sworn I heard other voices joining in from outside the cabin. "Jake, please," I begged. "This isn't you. We need to leave." Something in my voice must have reached him, because for just a second, his eyes flickered back to normal. He looked confused and terrified. "Daniel?" he whispered, his normal voice breaking through. "Help me. I can't. They're in my head." I didn't hesitate. I yanked him to his feet and dragged him toward the door. The moment we crossed the circle of candles, the flames all extinguished at once. The shadows surged forward, and the humming outside turned into a howling that sounded like nothing I'd ever heard. Not human, not animal, just wrong. We ran. Jake stumbled along beside me, sometimes fighting against my grip, sometimes helping me navigate through the trees. The forest seemed to be actively working against us. Roots appeared where none had been before. Branches swung down at head height, and the paths I thought we'd taken had changed. The entire time, that howling followed us. Sometimes it sounded right behind us. Sometimes it seemed to come from all directions at once. I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. Tall, thin shapes sliding between trees, keeping pace with us but never quite visible head-on. By some miracle, we found our way back to Jake's cabin. I didn't stop to grab anything, just shoved Jake into my car, jumped in the driver's seat, and reversed down the gravel road so fast I'm surprised I didn't crash. In my rearview mirror, I swear I saw dozens of those shadowy figures emerge from the tree line, stopping at the edge of the property. Jake was unresponsive during the drive, occasionally muttering in that strange language from the symbols. I drove straight to the nearest hospital about 40 miles away. By the time we got there, he seemed more like himself, but he couldn't or wouldn't remember anything that had happened. The doctors found nothing physically wrong with him besides dehydration and kept him overnight for observation. I stayed in a motel nearby and tried to make sense of what had happened. The next morning, when I picked Jake up from the hospital, he insisted we needed to go back to get his car and laptop. I refused. We argued, and I finally convinced him to let me call a towing service to retrieve his car. I went to a store and bought him a new laptop rather than risk going back there. 2 weeks after we escaped, I read a news article about 3 hikers who disappeared along a stretch of Highway 47. The location described was unnervingly close to Jake's cabin. As I dug deeper, I found reports spanning decades of similar disappearances in that area, always in groups of 3, always without a trace. Jake and I don't talk much anymore. When we do, he seems different, withdrawn, distracted. Sometimes in the middle of conversations, he'll stop and tilt his head like he's listening to something I can't hear. He moved to Arizona last month, saying he needed somewhere without trees. As for me, I still have nightmares about that place. In them, I'm back in those woods, and the trees have faces pressed into their bark, watching me. The symbols from the cabin walls appear on my skin, burning themselves deeper with each passing night. And always, always, there's that humming sound calling me back. Sometimes when I'm alone, I catch myself humming the same melody. I stop immediately when I realize what I'm doing. But part of me wonders if it's already too late. If whatever was in those woods is now in me too, slowly taking over. I don't know what they were, those things in the forest. I don't know why they wanted us or what would have happened if we hadn't escaped. All I know is that something ancient and malevolent lives in those woods along Highway 47, and it's patient. And sometimes, in the quietest moments, I can still hear it calling me back. Story 22. I'm still struggling to come to terms with what happened to me when I was 12. It was summer break in Elmridge, the year 2004, and I lived in this old house right where the main road dead ends into Blackwood Forest. We were pretty much the last house before civilization just stopped and miles of dense trees took over. My bedroom was on the second floor with this massive window that faced the forest. During the day, I actually loved that window. The sunlight would filter through the trees and I could watch deer and other animals wander out from the woods. My mom used to say it was like having our own private nature show. But at night, that's when everything changed. At night, those same beautiful trees turned into these creepy, jagged silhouettes against the sky. The branches looked like bony fingers reaching toward my window, and the gaps between trees seemed like dark, watching eyes. I know that sounds dramatic, but when you're 12 and staring out into that darkness, it feels real. I first noticed something was off in early June. I'd close my window before bed. My mom was always paranoid about bugs getting in, but I'd wake up and find it open, just a crack at first. I figured maybe I hadn't shut it properly, or the old house was just settling and the window latch was loose. My dad checked it out after I mentioned it the third time it happened. He said it was fine. Just an old window frame that had expanded and contracted over the years. He tightened some screws and said that would fix it. But it didn't. Then came the tapping. It started as this really faint sound, like someone gently running their fingernail against glass. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Always in threes. The first night it happened, I thought it was just a branch hitting my window. But when I got up to look, there weren't any trees close enough to reach the house. Plus, there was no wind. I told my parents about it at breakfast the next morning. My dad ruffled my hair and said, "Jamie, it's probably just a bird or a bat confused by their reflection." My mom nodded in agreement, adding, "Or maybe it's the house settling. These old places make all sorts of noises." But I knew it wasn't the house. Houses don't tap in patterns. Houses don't make the hair on your neck stand up. The tapping continued for about 2 weeks, getting louder each night. Sometimes I'd pull my blanket over my head and just wait for morning. Other times I'd try to be brave, getting up to check, but I never saw anything outside, just darkness. Until the night of July 7th. I remember the date exactly because it was exactly 1 month after school had let out for summer. I'd gone to bed around 10, reading comics under my covers with a flashlight until I got tired. I must have fallen asleep around 11. I woke up to whispering, not the kind you can make out words from, but this soft, continuous hissing sound, like multiple voices talking over each other just below audible level. It was coming from the direction of my window. My whole body went cold. I lay there for what felt like forever, paralyzed under my covers, listening to that awful whispered hissing. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to look. I slowly lowered my blanket and turned toward the window. I still have nightmares about what I saw. There was a face pressed against the glass, not looking in from outside, like a normal person would. It was upside down, like whatever it was hanging from above. The skin was so pale it almost glowed in the moonlight, stretched tight over a gaunt face with sunken cheeks. Its eyes were these hollow black pits, and it had this twisted smile that stretched way too wide across its face. But the worst part was that it didn't move like it was hanging. It was completely still, perfectly pressed against the glass, that terrible grin fixed in place, and it was staring right at me. I yanked the covers back over my head and started shaking uncontrollably. I couldn't scream. My throat had closed up from fear. I just lay there trembling, listening to that awful whispering continue. It felt like hours before it finally stopped. When I finally worked up the courage to peek out again, the face was gone, but there was this greasy smudge on the glass, like someone had pressed their nose and lips against it. Proof that I hadn't imagined it. I barely slept the rest of the night. When morning came, I ran to my parents' room and told them everything. They exchanged that look parents give each other when they think you're being ridiculous. "Jamie, honey," my mom said in her gentlest voice, "you had a nightmare. The mind plays tricks when you're between sleeping and waking." "But the smudge," I insisted. "There's a mark on my window." My dad came to look. There was nothing there. No smudge, no fingerprints, nothing. The window was spotless. "See," he said, "just a bad dream. Maybe we should cut back on those scary comics before bed, huh?" I knew what I'd seen, but I couldn't prove it. For the next few nights, I kept my blinds tightly closed. I even pushed my dresser in front of the window, but my dad made me move it back, saying it was a fire hazard. Instead, he installed a new lock on my window, probably just to make me feel better. For almost a week, nothing happened. No tapping, no whispering, no open window. I started to think maybe I had dreamed it all. Kids at school told stories about the forest being haunted, and maybe those stories had just gotten into my head. Then came the night of July 15th. The tapping started again, louder and more insistent than before. It wasn't the gentle tap, tap, tap anymore. This was like someone urgently trying to get my attention, like someone knocking with their knuckles, hard enough that I thought the glass might break. I pulled my pillow over my head, but the sound just got louder. Something inside me, some stupid, terrible curiosity, made me look. I still don't know why I did it. I should have just run to my parents' room. The blinds were up, completely raised when I know I had closed them tight before bed. And the face was back, clearer now in the bright moonlight. It was pressed against the glass just like before, upside down, with that same horrifying grin. But this time I could see more of it. It had stringy, patchy hair that hung down, or up since it was upside down, and exposed patches of scalp. Its skin wasn't just pale. It had a grayish-blue tint, like something that had been underwater too long. As I watched, frozen in terror, it began to move. Not backing away from the window. No, that would have been a relief. Instead, it started crawling down the outside wall of the house, its body contorting in ways that weren't possible for a normal person. Its limbs bent at unnatural angles, but its face, that horrible face, stayed pressed against the glass the entire time, eyes locked on me as it crawled. Its movements were jerky and insect-like. When it reached the bottom of my window, it disappeared from view. I heard a soft thud, like something landing on the ground beneath my window. Then came the sound of footsteps, slow, dragging footsteps circling the house. I finally broke free from my paralysis and ran to my parents' room, babbling about the face and the crawling. My dad grabbed his baseball bat and went downstairs to check while my mom held me, trying to calm me down. Dad came back up 10 minutes later, saying there was nothing outside, no footprints in the soft dirt around my window, no one hiding in the bushes. The doors were all locked, the alarm system still armed. But I saw it. I kept insisting. It was real this time. My parents let me sleep in their room that night. The next day, they took me to see Dr. Mendelsohn, who asked a lot of questions about school stress and if I was anxious about anything. He suggested I was experiencing hypnagogic hallucinations, seeing things in the state between wakefulness and sleep. For the next week, I refused to sleep in my room. I camped out on the living room couch where there were fewer windows and I could see all the doors. My parents were worried but allowed it, probably hoping I'd get over my phase. But whatever was outside my window didn't stay there. 5 nights after I moved downstairs, I woke up around 3 in the morning to that familiar whispering. This time it was coming from the front door, just a few feet from the couch. I went completely still under my blanket, hardly daring to breathe. The whispering got louder, and then came the tapping. Tap, tap, tap against the wood of the door. I heard the doorknob slowly turn, testing it. Thank God my dad always double-checked the locks before bed. The door didn't open, but the tapping continued, moving from the door to the living room window, then to the next window, circling the entire first floor. I felt the air in the room grow colder. The whispering seemed to be coming from all directions now. Under the blanket, I heard soft breathing right above my head. Then slowly, inch by inch, the blanket was pulled away from my face. I screamed. I screamed louder than I've ever screamed in my life. My parents came running downstairs, flipping on every light. By then, whatever had been there was gone, but the front door was standing wide open, not broken into, not forced, just open, like someone had unlocked it from the inside and walked out. The police came, but they found nothing. No fingerprints, no evidence of a break-in. Our alarm system hadn't been triggered. The officer suggested maybe I had sleepwalked and opened the door myself in my sleep, then had a night terror when I woke up. My parents moved my bed back upstairs, but started sleeping in shifts. One of them would always check on me several times each night. They installed security cameras, motion sensor lights, everything they could think of. Nothing ever showed up on the cameras, but the tapping continued sporadically. In September, my dad got a job offer in another state. We moved away from Elmridge by Halloween. I told myself it was over, that whatever it was couldn't follow us 300 miles away. I was wrong. It's been 17 years now. I've moved 6 times, lived in 4 different states, but every so often, maybe once or twice a year, I'll wake up to that familiar sound. Tap, tap, tap. I'll feel that cold air, hear that whispering. Last month I woke up to find my bedroom window open when I know I'd closed it. There was a greasy smudge on the glass. I don't know what this thing is. I don't know what it wants from me. All I know is that once it finds you, it never really lets go. And sometimes, when I'm driving at night and pass a dark stretch of woods, I catch a glimpse of something pale moving between the trees, keeping pace with my car. I'm 30 now, and I still sleep with my blinds closed and a nightlight on.